Today's stardate is 56189.4. Successful in mission, and despite the tragedy of Mao's failure to escape capture, not the tragedy of her escape failing, but the fact that she basically destroyed a planet, the USS Kismet returns to Starbase Aegis, SBA, to formally have all charges lifted and Tiger Squadron return to duty. However, as the senior staff officers of the squadron prepare to return to Deep Space Arcania, Captain Pend has a meeting with Rear Admiral Nia. Commander Myth has a future to thwart. Lieutenant Commander Efrix, MD, has a call from Starfleet Medical. Lieutenant Commander Varder has a meeting with Captain Athaton. And Fleet Captain Grennan has a call from his twin, serving as advisor to Star Admiral Koshi of the Kwakwa Kuli Carrier Fleet. But first, before all the high-mindedness of officers abroad and storied, we check upon the engineering bay of the USS Kismet. Actually, this probably isn't the Kismet, because you were assigned to the Plank, I believe.
Is our
Lieutenant. So you are actually aboard the Plank. My mistake. You're in the engineering room as you have to acclimate yourself to your assignment. Because you got back, you did your debrief, and then they said, "Okay, thanks for your information. Carry on." And your standing docket assignment is aboard the Plank. So time to get used to the Intrepid class and all its unique features, both in its crew and in its design.
Well, the captain's the captain is an android, so I expect the rest of the crew to be as eccentric.
Oh,
no offense to the good captain.
Oh, someone wants
Commander
to be demoted soon. The Maxwell Plank, as you read over it, is a technical testbed Intrepid class with an adaptive crew. It is a holographic research vessel, so occasionally you'll see people working on holographic engineers, holographic security, and various ways to improve holographic emitters and retainers and mobile emitters. And this thing is working with a prototype warp drive, which in theory, actually in practice, can go at max of warp 10. It has
the warp 10.
The warp 10. It is one of the few ship. It's the only other because the other ship that did it was the Voyager. So the Intrepid basically just had some of their own data and then ported it to the Plank, which was more well designed for such experimentation anyway, because it's a testbed ship. It's meant to be modularly messed with and changed and reconfigured and configured yet again. Actually, and further to that, I believe its max cruise is 9.9 repeating. The max rate of theoretical warp 10, like on paper, by spec, you should be able to do it. It hasn't been done because of what Voyager reports happens when you do that, because you have to the problem would be figuring out how to do it without adversely hurting the crew or the ship. Like the ship should hold together. It's the crew that might not. There are
the crew's genes.
Yes,
that might not.
There are hoplites assigned to the ship, so you have a special hazard team designated as the hoplite team aboard the ship. They are your security with rifles and heavy armor on call, your special weapons and tactics group. On top of all that, you have an experimental computer core. I forget exactly what the experimental aspect of the core was. There, Myth.
It just has increased comp range because Grennan got it for me.
So you have that extra little bit of computing power above and beyond what the ship of its class should be able to provide. You know, you're operating with an improved warp drive, no kidding, with advanced sensor suites, modular laboratories, no kidding, improved power systems, and various experimental technologies aboard. And experimental sensor system is also installed, which I'll be on the second side of the sheet. So you have quite the vessel at your command as Lieutenant Junior. There are various people who would have probably killed for this assignment. But your standing order from Starfleet Command is to update. They don't particularly detail exactly why they want you to do this, but they want you to improve the defensive capabilities of the plank. Either through better, through whatever means you believe is best able to be done aboard the plank, because they want to. They basically want to test out new defensive measures on another class of ship, but they want you to come up with a new defensive program that would apply on the Intrepid, because the Intrepid should be able to be ported to other ships. To what exact ship, you're not clear to know. You're too low rank to be informed. You're just told that it is important to do this. And it needs to be not just, ablative armor or slightly better shields. It needs to be something bleeding edge, something Maxwell Planck worthy, as it were.
For example, our last
okay.
defensive technology was holographic security deployments.
So, you have the engineering bay. What, pray tell, do you do?
Well, how is the crew handling me being their new chief? Because I am kind of new and low rank and stuff.
Inside command, difficulty 2.
I mean, the previous chief engineer was a lieutenant, so it's not that much of a difference.
Yep.
All right, comprehension down to 1.
Just less Wassa.
Possible focus.
Yeah.
Possible focus of Starfleet protocols.
Yeah, you look over some of the feedback reports and personnel reports and so on. See if anyone's been making complaints or not.
Go ahead and take a threat.
Sure. Oops, I have to reset. One moment. Voltron is acting a little slow on my end.
How dare.
Hmm.
Roll 20. How dare you.
Oh no, it's making the noise it's supposed to. Okay, weird. Scroll down, please. There we go. Inside command. So yeah, you have after reading over the reports and thinking about some of the interactions you have, at least from pad to pad, as it were. You haven't really interacted in person too much with your engineering team. Your department is one of the larger departments aboard, and there is a worry that perhaps you're biting off more than you can chew. This ship has has a rather large engineering and flight department, or con department, and an extensive science department. So there's a lot of masters and people with doctorates and tenure at the Vulcan Science Academy and all this stuff. And you're the chief engineer. You're the master of the cores, as it were. That's a lot. But they trust the judgment of the Tiger Squadron Command. They have a great reputation for choosing good officers, of developing new talent. So people have faith in. There's a lot of eyes on you. People will obey your orders, but you are being examined. Better way. I'm not sure how else to put it.
Evaluated.
Judged.
Evaluated. Yeah, you're being constantly evaluated by even your subordinates.
Don't stress out about it.
No, not at all. And I have to come up with a new defense protocol. It's not quite a defensive protocol, but this is kind of a silly idea, but I had the idea of adding electric bulkheads along on some of the superstructure or struts, so when they bend and flex, they can and route more power into the EPS systems. It's not a direct defense, but it
Like,
means that when the superstructure is flexing, you can get more power, and you might be able to create a feedback loop to strengthen and other structural integrity figures.
Like using the kinetic shift of
Using
the bulkheads to
using
kind of help you buff your EPS power systems. That's not a terrible idea for defensive, because that could be
Yeah.
used for repairing the shields quicker.
or just like, oh, we got hit. Well, I have more juice. I'd be able to do something with that.
Okay. So I'm gonna start you off with the initial drawing out plans, trying to piece together a plan, who you need to talk to, which experts aboard you'll need, because you'll likely need to talk to security about this. You'll likely need to talk to some scientists into it. You won't
you
have
get
to
to
talk
meet
to
the security officer.
Huh?
Yeah, and I would definitely want, especially since I'm the FNG, I would want on some. I would like to directly involve some of the experts and PhD people on the ship, saying, "Hey, you know this better than I do. I recognize your. I recognize how much knowledge you have on this subject. Please help me."
Is there any now you can deal with these people over text, as it were, or gathering their names, but does anyone wish to pull from the supporting cast of the Plank to meet up with the Lieutenant Junior to help him on his little project in person? Like, you know what, I'm gonna go to your office and I'll help you with this.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, sure.
You can pull from the rest of the fleet, because someone else might have over from the Kismet going, that seems like a neat. I'm not doing anything particular on the Kismet. I'll jump over and help you guys with that. That sounds like fun. We're both heading the same way anyway, so.
Yeah, I'll just have a quick look through some people.
Actually, it's to the CEO of the Plank. Where is Aliphet assigned? Are they like supervising the handoff for Arlen, or have they been reassigned somewhere
Yeah,
else?
probably supervising the handoff, and then once we get back to DSE, they'll be transferring back core words.
Okay. I might suggest
You know what?
if you wanted to hang on to them for your ship, you might have them shift to like operations,
Okay.
and they can take head there, because usually that's a nice transfer for engineers. They can ship to ship operations rather than the engineering issue. But
Two good options would be Vesh and Abernathy.
Well, if Alasnor is still on the ship, I'll pull them up for this.
and they have an EVA suit, as you say, yeah, or exosuit, I should say.
Yeah, like an exosuit type deal.
Vada, do you want to grab one?
For some, you said one of the scientists actually. You said Abernathy.
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright, if you grab Abernathy, I'll grab Vesh.
Abernathy.
We could also potentially take a security kind of angle on this. That might help as well, if anyone wants
So
to.
there's Vesh.
Well, let's see what we've got that will kind of fit.
Yeah.
The department's Abernathy again. I always
Science.
forget.
Oh.
There they are.
Rosa. Yeah, so I'll not use Vesh, and I'll use Rosa from security.
From sec.
Yeah, security engineering dude. You know.
He literally has a focus in combat engineering.
Yeah.
So that's Eliphet, Hursar, Abernathy, and that's everybody. Cool. So yeah, you start feeling out and start putting it into the Tiger Squadron general thesis pool of resources and other, I mean, all obviously Alphabet comes down to kind of help you out because that's part of why they're still around. They're making sure that you because you don't know the crew on a first name basis. You haven't lived and breathed the ship as much as they have, so they're kind of helping you transition along. And Abernathy Hursar, well, they heard about it and like, well, we'll come over. We're not in red alert or nothing. We're in green, so we might as well pop over and help out.
Is
So
there any
those-
hard feelings from Aliphat, me taking command of the ship?
You tell me.
Of engineering?
Sorry, that question was directed at Alphabet. What does Alphabet think?
It is somewhat difficult to read Zindi Aquatic's emotional state, I would say. They're slow to anger, slow to make any sort of concrete decision. But when they do, they stick to it resolutely. You'd probably have to ask.
So you see these three officers enter your office as they start percolating their way in. And I'll note for a bit of Starfleet protocol, since this is your project, you're the lead. They're just offering to help. You can kick them off the project if you don't think they're helping, but they do outrank you. So you can do it, but make sure you have a good reason to kick them if you are going to kick them.
All right. So, I bet you wonder why we're all gathered here today, eh? Okay, no jokes.
I have been wondering why, but there was a briefing of sorts in the pads that were handed out. Yes?
Yes. So I've been asked by Starfleet Command to come up with new defensive technologies and attempt to come up with a experimental model for them on board the Maxwell Planck. And looking over your expertise, I found that you would be able to help me on such an endeavor, and I am formally requesting that assistance.
A worthy endeavor for this ship's crew to undertake with our transition to a new engineering head.
Yes. So, how many of you are familiar with piezoelectric phenomenon?
Meta people might know what you're talking about, just so you're aware.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and I think Emma Snore would
that-
definitely as well.
Yeah, in theory, it's the phenomenon of a material that, when flexed or distressed or somewhere, produces an electrical current. Some crystals and certain metal alloys have this effect.
Yes, it is a simple transfer of kinetic energy into electrical energies. The theory is not particularly complicated. However, applications have been fairly narrow. Please elaborate on your proposition.
My proposition is, well, when in combat or a distressing situation, the ship gets it's hit. It takes stress along the superstructure and such. And I'm gonna make a roll.
As you start briefing the other officers on what the plan is and how you're hoping to achieve it. and why you need their help in the first place.
Either focus in Starfleet protocols to establish this briefing in a Starfleet matter, or tinkering to explain this kooky idea and how exactly it might work.
I would take tinkering here.
Take a threat.
Sure.
Oh no. Hold. And 2 momentum.
On top of the 2 you gained, so 4 total.
Yes.
As Rix goes on at length and details the exact methodology that would apply to a Starfleet vessel, specifically with this ship, but also in such a way that it wouldn't be unique to only this ship, because you want it, because Command wants it to eventually be applied to other ships in the fleet. You're just the test bed to get this to go.
So part of the program would have to be modular, so that way you can, in principle, apply these panels to any vessel.
Or at the very least, not have to go through a significant process of refits, I assume.
Yes, this should be something that could be quickly and easily applied without redoing the entire superstructure. This will be strapped on top of the superstructure.
That will most likely result in a lower durability of the component. It may be worth investigating whether such a technology could be implemented directly into future ship construction as well.
It would be worthwhile, but given the parameters as we have now, we have to make some sacrifices on the design. So durability has to be sacrificed to make room for our modular design. But implications is for building a ship with this technology in mind from the ground up. Would it be worthwhile?
Why is there such a rush on deploying this technology? I believe that a patient approach will most often yield a more potent product.
The product would be more potent if it could be applied to all current ships and not just as future designs.
In that case, there is no need to directly choose one path, simply to be aware of both potential field applications. Better, of course, a product tested thrice and debated upon than one delivered in haste.
Abernathy, Hussar, do you have any insights?
Sorry, I'm not really talking at the moment.
Well, how dare you?
No, really, that was just all said.
Look, Amasnor has the trait patient debater.
Uh-huh.
So yeah.
Power systems? If I'm recalling what the problem was.
So combat engineering, power systems, tinkering. I'm gonna throw in that.
I'll throw in two that Alphabet has, which are experimental devices and matter energy conversion matrices.
One focus per support character present. Pick one.
As possibilities.
Because the complication is that these officers have very particular viewpoints on how this problem's solved, and it's kind of that's kind of that unfortunate bias that they're having with the junior officer. They're kind of, well, I'm the expert. It's like, well, you're the lead. You have to figure out which way. Some lead ways may actually be a complete goose chase, but you have to figure out which one. Or they all aren't right. There might be a completely different set of ways you have to come at this. But
Okay. That's all the answers we have in the hat.
which 3 focuses are you choosing? Because that's
I like
the
power
complication as well.
systems.
Power system, experimental design, and combat engineering. Considering this thing has to be able to withstand combat.
Okay.
The focus from Alpha would be experimental devices.
Oh,
rather than
okay.
Design. Just clarification.
All right. Those are your 3 then, Ricks.
Yes.
The correct answer is indeed there. Each of the people in this unique experiment, due to the fact you have a bleeding edge ship and a ship full of adaptive researchers, I will allow people to use their department's specialty to assist Arlen. Arlen has to use engineering because he's trying to solve ultimately an engineering problem, but the others are given their unique perspectives on the same problem. Like, well, you can't do that because security can't do X, Y, Z, or scientifically that's a neat idea. I don't know how that's physically possible.
In theory,
Yeah,
if you had
theoretically,
this technology.
theoretically, if you
gonna
ask
do is
Q
we're
to
gonna
snap
make-
his fingers.
So
Go
what
ahead.
we're gonna do is we're gonna get wormholes to shunt the power directly into the warp core. No.
Yeah, it's like, yes, theoretically we could do that. I don't know how practical that is, but
But it would be awesome.
It would be practically awesome.
A
Yeah, for all of like 20 seconds until the ship was destroyed, I'm sure.
It's only destroyed if you mess up.
Yeah, successful wormhole creation.
I'm gonna start running with combat engineering.
all right. Reason plus relevant department.
And let's do 1 threat, 2 momentum.
Sure.
And I'm assuming I can't use a focus on this since I don't have a focus in combat engineering.
Correct.
Because that's not how this works. Hold.
Let's see what
No.
horse I can get you.
Is Abernathy using engineering for this?
She can use
Okay.
science or engineering.
Research focus?
Has to be combat engineering, unfortunately.
I was like, maybe I can be a smartass.
Not on scientific method, unfortunately.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna say
12, 18,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take
19. We got so many.
I'm gonna take a guess that does not fill
That's-
the track.
That's 2.
Okay, same verse, second verse, same as the first. 2 threat, or 2 momentum, 1 threat.
As you start looking into the technologies of allies and former enemies, because maybe they
My
have
God!
an idea that
Come on, Rix. This is like your thing.
Look, he's a very practical officer. He's not much of a theoretical officer. He doesn't come up with the tactics, he just does them.
Oh my god, that's another 19.
Wow. Wow.
I think it's a total of 5.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
hit.
you're correct.
Does testing a theory work on assisting rolls? Oh no, that's just his one additional d20. Never mind.
Yep,
I was like,
exactly.
if it's a reroll, no, it's not a reroll. It's just additional d20.
All right. Screw this. 3 threat.
You're like, I'm doing it myself at this point.
I heard there's this house Rasa had a really good idea.
No, I've heard of Rasa.
Hey, you're the one spending threat. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Roll.
12.
Yes.
Threat spend is always the best option. So I think the most we can go up to is 15.
You can go into the
mostly-
stratosphere. Depends how hard it is.
Yeah.
But typically,
don't-
it's 1 to 10. It can be a little higher if it's particularly off the wall, but and 15 is
think
probably the most hyper. If it's beyond 15, it's not something Federation would be able to build anyway.
So yeah, I'm starting to think that we're going down the wrong rabbit trail on this. So let's back up and look into experimental design.
All right.
This focus I do have. Experimental
Yes.
devices.
Experimental devices. Keep missing it. Sure. Let's get rid of the. Oh, and I guess in theory I should be throwing in my untapped potential dice, or not. That's a threat.
And a momentum. It's 1 and 1 when you roll an effect.
I thought it was just a threat.
No, it's 1 and 1. I'll double
Well, that's
check.
better.
Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm being too nice to you.
Momentum equals a roll and has 1 point of threat if 1 point to threat if an effect is rolled.
Oh yeah, that's both then.
Technically, it's both.
Yeah.
Oh. Just checking something here real quick. Deal with that later. So you're going down which focus again? Sorry.
Experimental
devices.
Right.
Let's do 2 threat, 1 momentum. As I keep mixing this up just to make life hard for you.
No one
Okay,
can assist.
I'm gonna re-roll the crit fail.
No one can assist.
We are not doing amazing with our rolls right now. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I'm not gonna spend a determination on that. It's not worth it. At this point.
Is it
Clearly.
is it
do it.
me or is this chief engineer not inspiring confidence?
Oh
Yeah.
That was legitimately in character.
All right, fine then. Round 2. 1 threat, 2 momentum. Who's inspiring now?
That could be considered as insubordination, in case you're wondering.
Oh no, we are rank 'em. It's fine.
There you go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have indeed come upon a possible solution to the problem that you're looking at. What
It only took 9 threats.
Uh-huh.
No.
And the
Well,
input
you-
of the person whose job you're taking.
So you come up with the theoretical idea of putting together an experimental device that you could not necessarily like a black box you attach anywhere, because you need it to be something that's across the superstructure. And you start thinking of ways to have a sort of minimal viable product to test it, because you have it in theory what you want the superstructure to do, or what you'd need to, because you don't want to just rip out all the structure, because you basically just rebuilding the ship, and that's pointless. You need to do something that would force it to flex, and there are certain materials that Starfleet's aware of that can cause matter to kind of be a little more malleable for a short period of time. Previous ships have ran into them, and it's a matter of, it's a matter of adjusting it so that way you don't compromise the superstructure, but you give it flex, and then it's just a matter of attaching something to embrace the flex. So now it's a matter of building the thing.
All right. If we have a experimental design line up, let's build a prototype.
So you will have to direct various, unless you're doing it, even if you're doing it in person, I think it would still be control. Control plus engineering for the main. Difficulty currently is 5. Other people can assist with insight plus relevant department, because they can give you ideas of like, well, here's an idea that we do in our service, or here's an idea that I've heard of before, or I heard Commander so and so on the USS what and what did a thing.
Oh, I love the what and what.
So are you going to be directing the efforts from your office, or are you going to go to one of the shops to kind of personally, like all of you kind of working on the
Oh,
prototype
I
device?
want my hands on this. This is my jam. Is making experimental tech.
So we go down here to one of the workshops. Whoops, I kind of got grouped still.
Again, it's kind of early, but should I spend a determination on this,
Your call, bud.
or should I? Yeah.
You're asking the wrong person.
Honestly,
I've spent my determination on the first roll of a session before.
I don't like discouraging people from spending whatever they want.
Yeah. And what you want to.
Just
On
fucking
one
wing
hand,
it, my dude.
on one hand, and I think this is a good time and spend it because the high difficulty you roll and want to get it. On the other hand, I don't know if there's going to be other opportunities later where a determination would be nice. And I don't have a lot of normal milestones banked.
Only one
So
way to bank them, though. And that's to spend it.
Sure.
Let's go.
there's that.
Let's fucking go. Yeah.
All right, freaking go. Value of nothing is perfect, only better than it was. We might not get an absolute perfect device right now, but we're making steps along the way to make it
Yeah.
better than what it was.
Sure, I'll take that.
All right. I'm gonna hate myself for this, but 5 threat. And focus in tinkering, trying to
I'll
make
take
this
that.
device nice work. All right. Leroy Jenkins.
Would you accept the combat engineering focus for Harissa?
For the assist, Sure, because you're like, okay, here's how we would apply it in practice.
This
Like,
is
if you hide
still
that behind a
messing around-
bulkhead. Oh, go ahead.
This is still messing around with power and such, right?
Yeah, that's the ultimate goal
So
of it.
power systems focus
Yep.
well, theoretically, do not overload this.
Yeah. It's like it's all well and good to give us extra juice, but don't blow out the relays.
Make sure it's in a phase that's not going to blow out relays.
And you spend time as you're all working together, replicating a device. Each of you kind of take out tricorders or people at their desk kind of checking what the ship sensors are telling, like, no, that won't work. You break it down, re-replicate a new device, you'll start scanning it again. No, that won't work. Break it down, rebuild another one, just over and over and over,
Probably
iterating what will work.
we could probably also be using some holographic stuff, given the
Yep.
Planck's traits.
And probably
All
like
that iteration as well.
Yeah, definitely making a holographic mock-up to make sure that all the bits that
4, 5,
fit
6.
together and it can fit in the spaces it needs to.
For momentum generated. You have the experimental device made, or rather, you have a design in mind to actually make a working prototype. Will require 1 momentum and 2 threat, because this is an experimental device that could damage the ship if you screw this up.
Do it and just win it.
And now the question is whether you'll, what you're gonna, you have the device now and the set of devices, because it's a series. It's basically a huge crate full of these tiny little boxes that you're gonna have attached all throughout the ship, or at least a test section of it, if nothing else. So do you carry on and immediately start testing the device, or do you seek counsel from the command staff?
At this stage, I want to do a dry eye run. Can I requisition a shuttle and set up a test rig just to show proof of concept on a small scale?
The entire ship is meant for that.
That's kind of, from the and actually Alpha would be probably interject very quickly, that the purpose of the Planck is to do large scale tests. You've proven on the small scale, and normally if another ship had done what you've done so far, it would disappear to the Corps of Engineers and it'd be their problem to figure out. But you are that ship that they would pass it off to. So you could test it
Okay.
on a shuttle, but it would tell you if it would work on small craft. You don't know if this would work on a large craft. Like you already have the proof of concept through holographics and on paper testing.
All right, so before we go full scale, let's talk to command staff.
Okay. Who do you call?
At least let them know. Oh, hey! I want to strap this thing to the bones of the ship. Commander Myth, I would definitely call. Possibly a Captain Impend.
Oh, and jumping right up the chain of command there.
So you tap your comm badge, and who do you call? Aside from the Ghostbusters.
Arlen. Arlen to Commander Myth.
This is the captain.
Yes, I have a experimental device here in the engineering fabricators, and I wanted to show it to you for approval to test on a larger scale upon the Maxwell Planck.
GM, do I know about this project?
Insight Command difficulty 2. You might have heard updates that you just weren't paying attention to at that moment because you were doing something else. And we're going to cut
It's
to what you
one
were
of-
doing during all this.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of like 30 different experiments going on the planet at any given time.
Oh yeah, but usually when like Starfleet contacts us directly to ask for something, you'd think the captain would know.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll say. Insight and I'll spend for a third die.
With
Focus in Starfleet protocols. Momentum.
okay.
Whoops, didn't mean to roll as elephant. Rolled the right sheet, but
Elephant is the captain now. No, blub blub, all of you. No.
You landlubbers.
You remember it crossing your desk that about what they sent to Arlen.
Okay.
It was you were CC'd because it's an assignment by Starfleet Command to Arlen, but the ship he's aboard, if he wants to do any larger experiments, they just automatically CC you, just like, hey, just so you know that we're asking an engineer to do something, but your orders would obviously supersede whatever they told him to do, because if the ship's in danger, his assignment's the ship. But if he's not busy, Command wants him doing this.
Yep.
And he also, and actually attached to the file, because this is why command departments have multiple people in them, like the lower staff, the assistants and stuff. You see, there's little updates about what resources of the ship he's been using, who's come aboard. So, Abernathy's here, Russar's here, Alifet is taking time to work on this. You can see that they've been using the fabricator for the last couple hours.
Right. So then there's like 2 seconds or so of silence as Myth is reading this, and then he says, "I'll be down shortly to inspect your project, Lieutenant. Expect my approval."
I eagerly wait your arrival.
And Myth will head down to take a look at this personally and then sign off on it probably.
So you come down one of the turbolifts and step into the fabricator 1. And you see the box of devices and all the other officers kind of waiting.
Yes. I was given in a special project by Starfleet Command to create a new defensive technologies, and I might have come up with something. It's not directly a defensive, but it would have applications to use when the ship is under stress. Basically, these are modular devices that can be added to the superstructure of a ship, and when a ship is under stress, or when the ship is under stress, it will cause a piezoelectric effect, and we can use it to generate extra power and route it directly to the EPS systems. The
Yes, I'm
overall
familiar with
effect is
the concept. It is somewhat used in my own construction.
And the overall effect is the more the ship gets hit, the more extra power it can generate, and we can route that power to shields or structural integrity fields, or any other applications that the ship needs in a time of crisis.
Of course. Your notes on the
we've-
procedure so far?
Yes, we have notes on the procedure. So far, we've proven in small scale test, and we are ready to step up to large scale test upon the Planck superstructure itself.
Myth will have held a hand out when she said your notes so far to have a pad or something.
Oh, I look over my desk, which is covered in bits and parts and tools and finds one pad, and throws it over her shoulder, and finds another pad and goes, "Here it is."
And
Nearby,
him through it.
nearby engineering enlisted kind of glances at the small mess you've created on the floor and laments that they probably have to clean that in a second.
Yeah. Yeah, Miss Myth will read through the notes on it so far to, catch up with what's happened essentially. Because reading is so much faster than talking to people these days.
Well, the notes he provided you coincide with the notes that were in your command file. These are just his personal notes. That he hasn't done anything to falsify or obfuscate his results or fluff them for the command books.
Yep. After that, just pull up on the same pad an authorization for further testing, and then hand it back to the lieutenant. You're approved to continue your experimentation, Lieutenant. Appraise me of any issues immediately.
Thank you, Commander. We'll get started on installing these devices right away. Or in an hour after I cleaned up the fabrication room.
Very good. And at that point, Myth will leave.
And I'm going to start cleaning up my mess, because as you never leave a messy workspace.
Exactly.
You create one, and then you deconstruct it afterwards.
A lesser officer would have said, "We will clean it up." Crewman, get on that. Like, no.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And Myth tries to be very personable with her staff. That's why, she comes down in person to.
So the last bit will be control plus engineering or daring if you're gonna go completely off the bleeding edge here for a second to prove your theory. To make sure it goes off, it will be difficulty 5. The ship's structure plus engineering will help you because presumably the engineering department's helping with this. The other people can assist with presence plus command, basically because they're helping. They're kind of running the drill with you to make sure it works. But you're the one who actually has to direct people into where you want them, how you want them installed, to what variables, to what settings. But they're going well, we can't help you with that. That you're the engineer. That's your thing. But we can try to help you manage the people because you're basically getting the whole ship to go on this endeavor. Which has happened. I will note to you
with presence engineering.
Say again, sorry.
Can Alfet assist with presence engineering to
sure.
Yeah, easing this transition? Being this is this person's specialty type deal.
This person's claustrophobic. Probably don't send him down the Jeffries tubes for 7 hours.
Exactly.
All right. To 5, I'm gonna have to go 3 momentum, 3 threat. Technical insight as a focus, making sure that the experimental device is working well with the Maxwell Planck as we're installing it. There's no issues with settings and whatnot.
Sure. Probably
right.
going over here. Let's go to one of the main cores to start directing things.
All right, people. Oh, let's make magic. Reroll bold.
Five.
And I'll get the ship. Structure, engineering, starship test roll.
Oh, 1 and 1.
Have you rolled anything but effects for that ability ever?
No, I've rolled 2s.
Okay.
Well, here it is.
And you continue with your experiments, pushing the ship and the crew as hard as you can to try to get some results. Because after all, you do need to prove yourself, not just, well, to yourself, but to the officers who are taking a lot of time out of their day to help you with this project. In fact, it eats the whole day of just constant testing and retesting and testing and retesting. But nothing blows up, I'll tell you that much.
Yummy
New
day.
Not
scene.
blowing up is good.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Commander Varder, you have been requested by Captain Athaton to meet him at one of the lounges aboard Starbase Aegis.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Simple enough. Let's do that.
As you step out into the lounge, you see a variety of people. It's fairly quiet here because of the hour that you're coming to see him. You see some Federation people manning the bar. Cardassian Bajorn, this Dominion diplomat aboard, speaking with a woohoo limited world diplomat.
Oh, that sure be no trouble.
Frankie just enjoying a drink. Starfleet officer and a Romulan officer kind of talking about something or another. And Orion and a Klingon who are talking over some deal. Something about the death of a lore singer and the future of House of Gitta, yada, yada, yada.
The death.
Yep.
He actually killed her? God damn it.
And a couple Starfleet officers just kind of enjoying themselves. They seem to be on a date, actually. And Athaton kind of sipping away at some weird concoction of a drink. It looks like a protein shake with berries in
Yeah.
it.
Not very much the yes. Pay some very little attention to the noticing or recognizing that they're their attention, but nothing more than that as he goes over towards Athaton. Just Captain?
Lieutenant Commander.
You asked to see me?
Of course, have a seat. Do you want anything to drink, something to eat?
I forgot the name of the damn thing. Kava juice. There we go.
Kava juice?
Pretty
He
sure that's
holds
right.
up he holds up a finger to get someone to bring a kava juice over to you.
Let me make sure I didn't just name the alcoholic one. Give me a second.
All the better if you
It's
did.
It's just kava juice.
Juice is not alcoholic; it's wine that you're worried about.
They've
Spring
got something
wine.
that's made from kava that had a very similar spring wine as
Oh.
well. It is. You can ferment it. It's like grape juice.
Wait, is spring wine made out of kava?
Yeah.
Yep.
The more you know.
Kava juice is placed on at the counter, and the person very rapidly gets back to manning the counter.
Yeah.
So, Hergier, I'm glad the mission went well. I mean, planet didn't fare as well as I was hoping, but can help certain things.
That was the planet kind of blindsided us,
Yeah.
and per to the best of our knowledge.
Well, cheers. He holds up his glass.
He'll meet his.
Takes a swig. To successful missions.
To doing better next time.
He nods.
That's how it is sometimes.
How's Sarissa doing, by the way? I
Uh,
heard she got transferred over recently. I didn't really have a chance to talk to her during the mission.
from what I've read, she's been doing fairly well in her
That's good.
position as the chief of security on the station, but I've not had much chance to personally deal with her. We've been busy.
She's a good officer. I think you'll both be on the same wavelength on security matters. Although she is a rather skilled diplomat, so I wouldn't put her too much on the. I mean, she's a good shot. Don't get me wrong, but she's a better investigator and peacemaker, which he shrugs. Vacation pastime.
From what I know of Cations, yeah, that seems to fit the bill.
Whoops, Wiltberg isn't there. Take him off the screen. But yeah, I didn't call you down here just to pat you on the back. That's what the accommodation was for. I heard a little birdie told me that you've been making some subspace calls on my behalf.
Yeah, you heard about that.
Yeah, I have a few friends up at back at ESD and at CSD specifically. You suddenly recall that Athaton grew up around the crew of Cation Space Dock, so
Yeah. I shouldn't really be surprised, but yeah, I had some
What?
strings to pull and no reason to pull them until now. So
well, since you seem to have an interest in my little crusade, if you will, I was actually wondering if you were thinking about your future after Tiger Squadron disbands. I mean, it's going to disband eventually. Your mission isn't perpetual, one hopes.
Mhm.
And I'm asking you that because I'm actually looking to form up a task force for two reasons. I'm speaking with Admiral Nia and Cinefar if I can get the meeting with him, but that's a down the road problem for now. One half is to focus a task force on cracking down on recovering kidnapped Federation citizens as well as our allies to try to not only recover people who've been taken by the slave trade of the Orion Syndicate, but also to try to find those who've been missing for a long time, pick up cold cases, that sort of thing. But as part of that, that's the reason why I'll get the task force, because I don't see any counselor arguing against trafficking or arguing for it. But the other reason I'm doing it is to try to put myself in a position to not only as fleet captain, but also push politically to try to shift the fleet toward, as a proof of concept, that we don't need to do. We can be very proactive in our intelligence rather than reacting to the problems, as you saw in my thing. So I will likely get this. I'll likely get a fleet captainship out of this. I doubt I'll get an admiralty out of it. I don't think I'm gonna get that much support on the project. Plus, there's not a lot of admiralty positions since Grennan is already aching for it. Not that I begrudge him, but it makes my job a little harder. But yeah, I'm gonna need an intelligence officer who not only is an expert in security, but understands the ground level guerrilla tactics of slavers and oppressors. And the best intelligence officer I know in the 10th is you. So if you want a job, he shrugs, I can get you transferred.
it's an interesting offer.
Hmm.
It's better than retiring and going into Bajoran politics.
Hmm.
I've got that offer.
I don't know. You're enough of a poster boy. I've seen hollows of you smiling and telling people to join the good fight or something to that effect. I've heard some cadets talk about you.
Uh-oh.
Bajoran signups are on the rise these days, I hear.
Well,
Be like Varder. He strikes a pose. And then he grins at you.
just kind of looks off for a second, like, oh, yeah. Well, kind of what I set out to do. Not exactly how I intended to get there.
And there might be a promotion in it for you as well. Since I would want you to be my adjunct in the Endeavor.
Being promoted a lot. I think I've been promoted enough. But when Tiger Squadron has done what it needs to do, provided I'm not urgently needed elsewhere, I think I'll take you up on that. Like, urgently needed elsewhere, I mean, like, something truly catastrophic is happening, or I need to save Gurnham's life again.
From what I hear, he's going to be having his own.
Huh.
And he takes out a pad. You don't mind working during a lunch, do you?
No.
I'd like to poke your brain a bit to see if, at my proposal, to see if there's anything if we can improve our ship selection. Even if you don't join up, I could certainly appreciate your insights on what ships would be best. I mean, I know some captains would prefer to have a nice big expedition to go. Little ship envy there leaking through. A bit of a sovereign class to swan about and solve problems, but I think that'd be a little too big for what I'm doing. So I have a few ships picked out, and some officers. If you give me your 2 cents, I'd really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Off the top of my head, I would think older ships that have been refitted a lot. Something you always underestimate. You know, like our non-warp capable ships that the Cardassians laughed at until they were falling out of the sky.
Well, I thought about that, but here's this few ships I was thinking, and you start talking back and forth about the plan,
Mm-hmm.
and it's insight plus security or con.
What's the plan? What are we doing?
Getting promoted. Go away.
We're
Wow.
in the episode, we're currently on Varder with Athaton. Previously, we checked in with Rix Arland to see about some experiments he was doing on the plank. So I'm going around checking on everyone's downtime actions.
So, chain of command focused or guerrilla warfare?
Chain of command, I could see that. Like, well, this ship's under this person. You're probably not going to get that, but this guy wants rid of this thing. He hates the Mirandas, so we could totally grab one.
Given he's, that kind of thing.
Hey, I'm still
And
sticking
I'll
by
roll
that
for
comment in
fatness.
roll 20.
Security. Huh.
There
Yeah,
it is.
oh, I've got a wonderful thing I can do. This always works out, never bites me in the ass. Oh wow, that actually didn't. Hey, you only get 2 threat.
Darn.
When being incredibly sarcastic gets results.
Isn't
You
that
just
how?
need that as a focus, you'll be set.
To be fair, that's how Pend and Varda work.
Can I just get a focus and sarcasm?
I mean, you could. It would apply a lot in this damn fleet.
No, really?
And that's a contribution.
Wow. Oh no, that's a lot of threat.
Sorry.
We
The
made
experimental
momentum
tech
going.
does.
Go up here.
I don't know. I think it's more failing multiple rolls while trying to go for experimental sec does that.
Yeah. You know, the bright side is
Alright.
Varder has 2
I'm
retired
sorry,
admirals.
I
who
was
own favors.
nervous. I'm
This
the,
never
Performance anxiety, yeah.
I'm the new guy. I'm trying to, perform and make sure that. And I'm gonna shut up before this analogy gets away from me.
So, I like the ideas. I think we should stick to nothing bigger than scale 4 then, based on these premises, and we could probably get a lot of them. Do you think there's any? Do you think you could talk to people in the home fleet to give us some of their freighters over? That way, we have some more less Starfleety looking ships and more. We could pass them off as freighters or independent
ships.
vessels.
Bait ships.
Well, bait ships, but also bait ships that have some punch to them. Because I remember during the occupation and back during the war, you guys started converting over some of your ships, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And we got told to stop because it looked like arms smuggling.
I mean,
It was arms smuggling for a while. We had to do what we had to do. Might not be proud of everything, but we did it.
so do you want? I mean, would you be able to talk to them, or is there? My way.
I can talk to some of them. I don't. Well, yeah, Guardian of the Celestial Temple. That should turn some heads. Enough to ask.
as you are working with him, and he starts talking about, I think this guy I've worked with this guy. He doesn't like me. I don't know that guy. Tell me about him. Because it's also you're giving me ideas who you can talk to. It's like I have to work with these people at the end of the day. If you are with me, great, you'll be able to deal with them. But if you're not,
Yeah.
I need to deal with them. Guarding the Celestial Temple will dock that down to 4.
Yeah, because any persuade task with majorities. Yeah. Okay. Reason.
And it's reason or insight. It's you're either looking up the names, puzzling how you remember them. Like, I think I could talk to this guy.
Yeah.
Or, ooh, you don't want to talk to him. He doesn't like Cations much. Well, he hates cat, not Cations. So,
Or like, this one really doesn't like anyone who actually like fought in the Resistance for some reason.
That's one I shouldn't talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like, oh, but he was such a nice guy. Yeah, he's a nice collaborator. So you don't want to talk to him.
You don't want me to talk to him. That'll be talking with fists in like 5 minutes flat.
Yeah.
Lead by example. If Arthur's the one, going out and contacting people. Is that what this is at the moment, or is this just talking about contacting people?
This is about figuring out who you need to talk to, because you're like, you don't want to call someone that and can't work with.
This is an entirely different chain of command, but I don't have Starfleet chain of command. I just have chain of command.
I'll take it. Yeah, because you were part of that chain, and actually, technically, as a guardian of the temple, you are part of the government in a honorary role.
Hey.
Of course.
It's like having an honorary degree and a doctorate in theology. It's
Yeah.
I guess I'm a religious figure now, technically.
Technically, I was like, great. I kind of only barely believe, but hey.
Yeah.
Well, he believes more than he did because straight out had them talk to him. He's like, it's kind of hard to refute you now, I guess.
So Varder just needs a little faith of the heart.
Gah.
4 and 2. 4 momentum, 2 threat.
Not a mod, I can't kick you.
Brilliant.
And none of the mods who are here will.
Well, back to differ.
I mean, that is also a W right there, thanks to Thatton. I was like, I've got a value somewhere for this. Don't need it.
All right. Yeah. All right. When I think those names are good. I think those are. I don't think we too many people. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd ask you to bug the Kai about this, but let's. I don't want to ask too much of you or of the frankly, because I can pull some favors back at Kate and elsewhere. So
Kai Kara at the moment.
I believe
Has she
so.
done
Yeah.
that yet?
Is Kira Kai? I thought
Kira, yeah.
I thought she didn't become Kai until later.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
she's currently the CO of DS9.
And bug her. Technically, she was his CO for a bit. Oh, second? Because dude was there? I forgot dude's name.
Dude.
Cisco.
Cisco? Cisco, the dude.
You forgot the Cisco, the emissary.
I was
Well-
gonna say, you mean the dude of the Celestial Temple?
The celestial dude.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're willing to give her a call, there is a subspace call room just over there.
Oh. Yeah, no, when I was in the militia, I was you would have called it a Master Chief Petty Officer? I really
okay.
doubt she knew I existed.
Hey, you're the poster boy. She's probably hurt. She probably has your ads all over DS9 right now. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Thinking on it, but
I don't know. I
For
don't
her,
know
I mean.
that well. And her reputation.
well, she is a firm believer. So,
Yeah. I can
if nothing
try.
else, an introduction is will be enough, especially from a guardian of the Celestial Temple. After all,
If I recall, isn't Bajor close-ish to the Orion system comparatively? Where we are
about
now?
40. They're within their effective area.
Yeah,
They
okay.
trade. They go through.
Nice.
The Syndicate does, especially.
Someone worth talking to, then. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I didn't expect to do this today.
You're guardian of the Celestial Temple, which would matter to Kira. So
The
brings it
medal
down to
technically only applies once, though.
Fine.
Yep.
I thought you had it as a trait for some reason.
Nope.
Oh.
You gave it
Is
as
it
a
once per session?
once per mission.
Ah.
Like it exists as a passive thing.
So yeah, this is a presence command. As you're talking with Commander Kira, I believe.
I think she's captain.
Captain.
Now.
Oh, you might be right.
She's in
Cap-
charge
Yeah,
of
at
the
this point.
station. Yeah.
Well, Commander could be in charge of
when
the
I-
station. Thank you.
It's been
when I
how
used her
many
before on the
years?
Svalin, and I had her as a captain.
Okay, so Captain Kira, you have a conversation with her. As first, she does recognize who you are, and she starts, getting into some religious, looking back and like, oh wow, have you done this ceremony or that ceremony? And you're like, well, actually, hold on, before you lose the conversation, you're trying to get her to talk about the thing you want to talk about before the night's over.
Uh-huh.
So it's a matter of, and then it's, oh, you want me to do what? With what? Why weren't they doing this before? And then she gets all mad. Oh wait, hold on. No. But we are actually doing something. No, ma'am, please. please.
Wait, Kira get mad at something? I can't imagine why.
Can I interrupt, ma'am, please?
Yeah. I would say the value of the original beat me because, my God, she is stubborn.
Yep. I think that's one of
No,
her.
really?
I don't think I've got a mission directive that applies here because I don't have a mission directive right now. So, yeah, go for that. Go for. Oh my God, I've got another one of those medals. It can't work out perfectly from each time. No, it really can't. Wow. Okay, you just get 5.
Okay.
I heard Brennan make a noise just then. It was probably great disappointment in my actions.
I'm always disappointed in your actions.
Sad
I know.
face.
Okay, so I made 2 momentum off that.
Oh, you guys.
Yeah, she does just take the phaser and shoot someone.
She gives you very non-committal, like, if we, basically, I'll talk to him. I'll talk to this Thatton, sure, and you get the feeling as you're talking to her, and she basically agrees to meet him and stuff. You get the feeling that it would go so much better if you like met her in person and work this out. But you're on assignment going the other direction, so you might have to follow up on that to make sure, or find someone else to kind of hype up the mission a bit to her, because she likes the idea. But Starfleet always says they're going to do something, but Starfleet tends to be very slow, and that's exactly the reputation that Thatton's trying to fight. It's like, no, we're being really, it's an actual mission we're really going to do. So you at least sold her on hearing him out, but you might need more stuff afterwards. So
It's like we just need a start.
Yeah.
Because we are trying to make it so that we can do stuff faster. This might need a bit of a Bajoran push. Alright.
Why do I
Oh,
feel
no.
like the Bajoran push is
That
a
is-
euphemism for shoving someone out a window?
Airlock, please.
Good point.
and as you step out, the call finished. You quickly quickly read in Thatton so he knows what to expect.
Mhm.
Lieutenant Commander Varder.
That's on this combat or something?
Yep.
Or someone. Oh. Lieutenant Commander Varder here.
We're just about to push off, sir. Just letting you know.
I'll be right there.
That and kind of
Forgot
wave.
about, like, you heard that.
He waves his paw at you. Thanks for the help, and give my suggestion some thought. You've gotten a lot done inside of. He looks at his glass. I don't know, good half hour or so.
Well, as you said, intelligence should be faster.
He nods. He toasts you and sits back to and reads the pad of the names of the intelligence you just dumped on his lap inside of a quick drink.
This is what I do. Goodbye to the Kismet.
New scene.
I still have 2 retired Admiralty favors too, so
And make sure to rejoin as a player. By the way, there, Grennan, if you
I
haven't
thought I
already.
had.
No, I'm asking,
Okay, I'm gonna read
have you joined as a player?
No, it's the
I
GM
did.
that has a player.
I did, but it hadn't. What?
Are you sure?
I did, but
Are you positive?
okay.
All right.
weird.
So, the joke aside, Captain Pend, you have a meeting with Rear Admiral Kiani Nia at Starbase Aegis.
Yes, I do. I'll head up and chime the door.
She sees you through the glass and waves you through. Like waves you in, rather.
Well, head in and just stand and ready at attention.
Good afternoon, Captain. You wanted to speak with me? Have a seat.
Ah, thank you. Yes. I wanted to have a chat with you about my future and the future of the Achilles.
All right. What did you have in mind?
While I do appreciate making the rank of captain and serving in Tiger Squadron, I do believe that it's time to head out on my own. And the Achilles, I don't think it's being used to its full potential.
Well, Pend, I'm actually inclined to agree with you. Point of fact, we have been speaking with the other admirals and with Admiral Cinefar. We're actually looking to disband Tiger Squadron in the next coming months. Basically because the mission that we sent you to do, you've achieved. Tall grass is stable. Peugeot sector is now the Klingons' problem and the Federation Diplomatic Corps' problem. And really, we don't need a battle cruiser sitting on their doorstep to keep them in line. The Klingons will do that for us just fine. Which means I'd rather not put you on DSE garrison duty, a bit overkill. I was actually thinking of places to put your ship within the 10th. But I wasn't gonna approach you with it until I had an idea that you wanted to move on or how this promotion was going to go. But if you're interested in other assignments, we can talk out where we can put you and what sort of duties we could have the Achilles doing.
Well, with the Achilles being designated as a Pathfinder vessel, I believe its best use would be to... best way to describe this would be explore in force and create a way for other science vessels to then come into sectors.
All right. So if we were going to do that, she gets up out of her chair. Oops, I have a little too big there. Gets out of her chair and taps at the screen. And you see the 10th Fleet operational area map. She starts tapping some of the rimward areas. All right, so this is where DS-17 is operating with their ship. This is the expeditions area. So we have to look at, and then the two of you start talking over where the future of the Achilles might be. Is there any, and actually, I'll pull you to the map because you may have some influence on what happens to the Achilles here. Actually, that's the whole point of why you're having this meeting, so she doesn't assign you wherever. So here's Starbase Aegis. So DS-17, well, it was here. It's got moved over here. It's complicated, but basically their operational area is like this sort of area.
Okay.
The expedition is this sort of area. The Gungnir is kind of on Silk Road Initiative maintenance, as it were. So they're kind of been doing. Actually, they've been mainly here, if I recall. Correct me. Is there anywhere else in particular they've been operating?
Let me get my kind of these sectors.
Okay, so basically, in there, yep.
And then eventually we are looking to move more along this side.
Okay.
Underneath the Devil's Triangle.
And for the Ganymede, last I heard, they were like out here.
You.
Oh, that's why I wanted to ask for sure. Oh, way up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
On assignment from Admiral what am I putting on his name?
Ruthgar. This guy.
Ruthgar. Yeah, Ruthgar. On the suggestion of Captain Holloway, Ruthgar's pulled them and put them on the Klingon border.
You see on her sheet on the screen that she has the marker for the Kismet on her strategic board. It seems to be here, but she doesn't really mention it. That you just see it as you're looking around. So, is there anywhere in particular you were thinking of? Because right now the Silk Road Initiative is based on this sort of line, and because of that deal you did with the House of Gitta, assuming the council goes with it, we don't have to really worry too much about this way. I do have other possible plans about how I'm going to handle that, because we won't really need a ship to deal with that, but we can have. There's a fair bit of area out here. We could try to push you even further out, somewhere out this way, or even exceptionally further out, like way into deep space. Or we could start pushing you out this way a bit, but that kind of goes beyond where the Silk Road is. No one's really looking this way in particular. And we kind of don't want to, I will tell you, because there is a reports from back when the Tereshkova was still flying. The Tenchi was still flying around. There is a Kulathian Empire out this way, which is not terribly friendly with us, and we'd rather not recon in force, unless DS-17 finds us a way through. So likely not anywhere here. So probably somewhere around here. But what are your thoughts?
Well, one question I'd like to ask is, what's your opinion about the, let's say, quote-unquote deal I made with the Klingons?
I think Sabgitta has a reputation for being rather progressive for a Klingon house. They did help us in our battle with up in the Shackleton not that long ago, and they did get us back to Rinja Station. Didn't fight us too much on it. They gloated a bit, but they're Klingons. Of course they gloat. That said, there is intelligence tells us that there's been a shifting of power between a minor power struggle between House Amdris and House Sabgitta, regarding the direction of their houses. So that could turn into a fracture. And also, they just lost a very pro-Federation lore singer that was at his side, and now they have a traditionalist in the lore singer position, which may make them go to older ways of thinking, but we don't know yet. That's the thing. It's a lot of, on the whole, I think it's positive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to it. But I think it isn't as positive now as it was when you suggested it. But it could devolve or it could get better. So that's kind of why I'm going to have a ship. I'm actually thinking of having the Kismet be put on permanent garrison duty through the Peugeot Starport Authority as an attaché or liaison to not only represent our interests in the Peugeot subsector and sector as a whole, but also to subtly keep an eye on the Klingons, frankly.
Well, that's fair. Honestly, I think we would be best off trying to work in like these type of areas, just to even if there's nothing there and it's not worthwhile, just get the knowledge, make sure we've got a safe border. But I can be deployed where needed.
Arthur, where's the bounds of the Indolin
Empire? The Adon Union is basically just that quarter of space, maybe like 5 light years out, if that.
All right.
Yeah, they're pretty tall, not wide.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm.
And Indolin space is a no-fly zone without explicit permission.
Because we don't want to start a war with them. They're still kind of
Please
mad
don't.
that. That's what I heard. So yeah, you and Nea start thinking, well, here's what I think the Achilles is best for. And this will be presence or control or insight plus security or con. Difficulty of it would be 5 because it's rather unknown territory, but it's going to drop down to 4 because the Silk Road Initiative is the primary mission of the entire fleet. So you're basically lining up. You're not asking for a weird assignment like, I want to go explore, I want to spy on the Gorn, I want to go to the Romulan place. Like, well, okay, we can't really help you with that because that's not our primary mission right now. Kind of hard to sell the Admiral Cinefar on that if that's what you want.
Okay.
And she'll be rolling to assist you on this to try to work it out with you.
Would I be able to use my favour from Thatton? Considering he's kind of leaning towards the proactive intelligence, that's kind of what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, you can spend that favor and be like, hey, here's some suggestions that Thatton's thrown in. Here's, he looked at your plan, like you probably threw the plan at him like, hey, what do you think? Oh, here's some places, here's some things you should look. Or, man, you should totally check out this area. Yeah. So diff drops down to 3.
Okay, I think I'll go presence security. Strategy and tactics or negotiations?
Depends how you want to approach it. Either explaining the actual nuts and bolts of the strategy and tactics, or just straight up, hey, look, I want to do this, and it's a fun thing I want to do, like that, like an extra bit. And you're like, but I'll be willing to like ferry mail out or something, some other assignment you wouldn't really normally do, but meh. So it depends how you want to sell it to them.
I think I'll go with strategy and tactics.
Okay.
I'm going to go 1 threat, 2 momentum.
Okay.
I've got a reroll.
No help from Nia.
Oh, just to say, what does that Medal of Honor do?
It honors you with its medal. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up. 1 second. Awards and accommodations.
Once per mission. Oh, so I can just basically use it to get 2 bonus momentum as to spend as an advantage.
Or for anything really.
Yeah.
Obtain information, so et cetera, et cetera.
I'll spend that because I've got an idea.
What's your idea?
I'd like to create an advantage of while I'm out.
Hold
there.
on 1 second.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Finally betraying Grennan for my own command.
Congratulations.
All I need to
Pretty
do.
soft betrayal so far.
Yeah. I mean, all I have to do now is have Prax die, and I'll be the longest running character.
Wait, aren't you already the longest running character? Because technically, like, we met 3 days or 2 days before that game did.
I mean, yeah, but we're still at the same amount of games, give or take.
Yeah. But if you count it a certain way,
Oh, yeah, true.
From a certain point of view.
you can get there on a technicality.
Hey, I'll take a technicality any day of the week.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't wait to do the personal log where everyone can read Pens trying to usurp the Tuesday game.
Mm-hmm. Even more shocking is when it works and we, become the penned game.
Well, yeah, true. There will be no fun. No fun at all.
We will abolish fun.
No jokes, no fun, no nothing.
No, nothing. That means we get some of everything then.
Shit.
I'm back.
Hi back.
So, what was the advantage you were?
The advantage I was going to try and make was if, before I just get sent out there, if I could gain some research materials, so it's something I could test out of Federation space just to make sure, well, I'm out of everyone's hair.
Yeah, she starts pushing some. She starts presenting some materials that were normally classified to just her, but she's like, oh well, if you're thinking of doing that, then here's some projects we could have you do while you're out there. But there, so that means occasionally the Achilles will have top secret research missions. They'll have to do in open space once in a while, just to test certain things.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
She goes back to sit down after you both kind of hammered out some stars you could go to, some places you probably shouldn't go. Like one particular strategic thing you point out is, give the Indolans a wide berth because otherwise you'll get pulled into that whole quagmire, and it's better. That's not what we don't need a Pathfinder and recon to deal with that. We already have ships dealing with it. It's sort of same with the Peugeot subsector and sector as a whole, just to kind of give it a little more room for yourself so you're not accidentally getting pulled into their politics all over again.
Yeah, it's not fun getting pulled into other cultures' politics.
Yeah. Well, wait till you get to the Admiral chair, then you have to deal with it all the time.
Well, luckily I have no ambitions to be an admiral.
Well, Everyone has the way they serve. The next thing I would have to ask you, I suppose, is what sort of crew you're hoping to take. I imagine, are you going to go with the people you have now, or are you hoping to get some of the officers off of the junior roles from the rest of the squadron? Or are you going to start looking abroad across the 10th? Because we do have some promising officers that are transferring in as well that may be looking, but I wanted to get your 2 cents rather than give you a bunch of names that you're never going to use.
Yeah, I was actually... Well, now that we're kind of confirming the path we're going to take, I was going to reach out to a few people and put a feel out if anyone wishes to come aboard. But I wouldn't be opposed to having a general list of people interested from out and elsewhere in the Federation.
Well, one name I put at the top of this list, especially given the new armor profile project we've been that's at the as part of your research block. Lieutenant Junior Grade Rix Arlen's actually doing quite a bit of work for right now on defensive projects. I just got an update recently that they're doing some tests on the Maxwell Planck that look very promising. And should they succeed, I would actually want them to be implemented on your ship. I was going to put it on the Kismet, but I think it may be more effective on the Achilles. I might put it on both if I can get away with it, if I can get the requisitions, but...
That's perfectly understandable. When he first met the senior staff, I gave him the option of which ship he wished to serve on, but given the direction of Tiger Squadron at the moment, I'll have a chat with him, see if he wishes to transfer across of his own accord.
It's always better to get them to sign the transfer orders themselves rather than just tell them. I mean, that could just force the issue, but people resign if you push too hard.
But yeah, like I said, I can get started on crew requisitions once I get back to DSE.
Well, let's weed out some people here right away. She grabs an empty pad, holds up hers, and taps them together to kind of transfer the files. And she hands a copy of a bunch of officers that she has.
Oh, very well.
Reason plus descriptive command. Reason command difficulty reduced to 3, honestly, because this is the sort of thing she has been working on for a while anyway. It's the sort of thing, she's the exact person you want to talk to about this sort of thing, because she knows what the 10th has. That's literally her job. She's the day-to-day admiral, so it's like, yep, I know the thousands upon thousands of officers who all want another job.
Would you...
This guy wants his own golden fish.
Yeah. Would you allow the value spend of mission directive? Because I'm basically setting up my missions. Or my future mission directives, kind of.
Yeah, well, hell, you basically have set for yourself and the approved it, prepare the Achilles for a solo mission. Or solo operations, I should say.
And I'll spend 1 and 1.
1 and 1.
Team dynamics or strategy and tactics?
Team dynamics, I would take. Trying to find the kind of officers you're like, whoa, this guy will not work well with my kind of ship at all. They will drive me nuts. And not in a fun way.
So that is 7.
All right. The hardest pick of them all, though, and I do agree with you, some of these officers, frankly, wouldn't do well in a Pathfinder recon mission. And some of them are probably going to put toward the Kismet mission anyway, and that's more what they're going to go for. Jurists, jack officers, that sort of thing. Diplomats, so many diplomats. The next thing becomes considering who the XO would be. That I would suggest you give a long, hard think about who you want that to be. I know you have one now, but that's
mean-
in a squadron structure. I don't know if that's the person you want to be going with you on deep space assignments.
I mean, I kind of picked Vux at the time because she'd served alongside me on the Peltast, and she was a
Mhm.
competent officer, but she clearly has designs to follow the scientific course.
Yeah.
So and I've talked to her about it, and she has openly said that. So I don't
Oh,
believe
well.
I would choose her as an EXO.
Okay.
If I had to choose someone from within Tiger Squadron to fill the EXO role, I was maybe thinking Thralic, but that would have to be a conversation I have with her.
All right. Um. She pauses, like she does visibly pause as she ponders something. I believe we covered everything we can. Unless you wanted to go over your application at the moment, but you can do that later if you want. She gestures. If you want the help. And just as she offers that. Actually, no, I don't. I'm not going to do that. Sorry, go on.
Well, if I need any assistance later on, I'll happily reach out to you, but I believe it's best to spend a little time trying to review candidates and how I wish the senior staff set up. Well, I want to make sure I'm selecting people who are not only capable, but also mentally capable for a long-term, exploration mission.
Actually, that's one thing I'm thinking of. Are you going to have, with that's long a mission, that would mean that you'd have to take into account families aboard as well for the mental health of your crew.
I would be willing to take on civilians and family members.
Mm-hmm.
I probably wouldn't go overboard with them because it's still a dangerous assignment, but I wouldn't be opposed if crew requested for family members to join.
All right. She taps at her console. All right, I think that's all we can do for now, unless you have anything else you wish to ask me.
Not necessarily ask, but there is something I'd like access to.
What would that be?
Files on Phase Technology.
You're gonna have to give me presence plus command opposed, as you to convince Nea to let you have those files.
Yeah, that's you probably want to spend big on this one, GM.
Yeah, I'll do that. 1, 2, 1, 2. So buying the full MIT. I could find her sheet. Because I put it away like a smart person. This is where one of you says, I am a smart person. You're supposed to kiss my butt. Jeez.
We're a little far away for that.
1 second, I'm gonna ask about things, but I need to blow my nose.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay. $5 fine.
Shit.
Spending 2 threat to activate an ability. You find that that Nia is a very protective admiral of the information and assets she has under her command. So your complication range has increased by 2.
Fun. And so I'm going to go 1 threat, 5 momentum. Actually, no,
Okay.
don't take the threat. I'm going to roll a challenge dice for a single threat. I'm going to be a petty bitch.
I mean, you said it, so I'll take that. Thank you.
Would you allow the focus in negotiation?
Sure.
Would you allow the traits of old salt and commanding presence?
Flag officer trumps both. She just outranks you too much.
That's worth a go. So I assume you're just rolling 5?
Yep. Uh, 4 hits.
Oh shit. I win then.
All right. You want them? She taps. She taps. She grabs. She opens a desk. You see a red pad with black stripes all along it, indicating it's an eyes only pad, command level pad. She taps at it a bit, pulls up a file. You see her hold it up to her eyes so it can scan her eye biometrics. She puts her thumb down. She signs something. And then she hands you what initially looks like a blank pad until you actually hold it in hand or put your thumb to it, and then it lights up. This is a need to know only file. Do not show this to people who do not need to know.
I completely understand. It's kind of the reason why I agreed to take on research projects from Starfleet. I have an idea of trying to integrate this with, you probably won't like the suggestion of this, but with quantum torpedoes.
Well, we'll review along the results of your experiments, and we'll see how it goes. Just be very cautious with this information, although the data is comprehensive in nature. It is very experimental, and we've been very careful not to advance it, even though we are friendly with the Romulans. Well, friendly as one can be with the Romulans right now. We haven't pushed this frontier with any officially with any speed. You'd be one of the few official vessels that is walking around with this data. So one of the few officers walking around with this data that isn't on a starbase.
I mean, I completely agree that certain things shouldn't be pushed too far, but I also believe that while we're at peace with both the Klingons and the Romulans, they're always going to be improving ship designs, cloaking, weaponry.
Oh no, that isn't quite what I'm getting at, Pend. What I'm warning you is not to repeat the mistakes of the Pegasus.
Oh, I have no
That's
intentions.
more what I'm worried about.
I have no intentions of doing that.
She nods like that, and you get the feeling that's what she was scared of. It's like, oh, please don't try to go through rocks and stuff. That is a terrible idea. We know that doesn't work out well.
No, sorry to worry you, Admiral. It's more of a case of, I believe I'm just trying to, I wouldn't say even the playing fields, just trying to provide options.
All right. believe that's the most I'm gonna let you pry out of me, though. Pend, dismissed. She smiles.
Thank you, Admiral. And if you need anything else before or Tiger Squadron gets disbanded and I head off into deep space, please just reach out.
That is generally how this works, Pend.
I know, but
She
we
sips at her coffee.
no harm in being civil. Admiral,
Captain?
and I'll walk away.
One more thing. No, I left. La la la, not listening. New scene.
I finally have the
Farmland.
beginning aspects of my project.
Aboard the Kismet, Lieutenant Sarissa is currently manning bridge just to get a few extra hours in, and she has to ride the way back anyway, so might as well get some hours in. But meanwhile, Fleet Captain Grennan has a call from his clone.
Okay. Am I gonna have to just talk to myself?
I'll be talking for him. Don't worry.
Okay. Was I the one who started this call, or did he reach out to me?
He reached out to you. You kind of had to wait and be like, "Hey, Sarissa, hold the chair. I'll be back," sort of thing. You haven't left dock yet. You're still there. You know, there's still a lot of prep going on, moving on supplies, rotating officers.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to be leaving before by the end of the cycle.
Mhm.
The thing she never.
If nothing else, to
Policy.
clear the docking spot so someone else can dock.
Sir Grennan.
Fleet Captain Grennan.
Oh, that's never not going to be weird.
Sorry, one moment.
Sarissa doing the thing she never got to do on the Tenchi. Because the fucking commander kept forgetting that she was senior. Oh.
I'm back.
That's a shame.
Farder dies.
Oh no.
Sarissa is now chief of security.
Oh no.
So yes, Sir Grennan, Fleet Captain Grennan. They'll never not be weird.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're wondering why I'm calling you.
Say so. Yes.
But here's the thing. So, you know how I came here to try to keep an eye on things.
Right. I take it things then have changed.
You could say that, yes. They have changed. It seems that... Well, you're familiar with Macbeth. I mean, of course you're familiar. But with that Scottish play, looks around briefly for salt and is disappointed.
Yes.
But...
I'm familiar with the play about the Scottish king.
That's not fair. Well, there seems to be some a certain Scottish king, as it were, among the archdukes, who is basically claiming that they are the rightful king, and that the Star Admiral is a pretender to the throne and is now trying to get her ousted from the Star Admiral role from the fleet. That's not good. That's not good for us at all. Because the next guy is getting in is going to try to take the Dusk Machine back, and that's not good. That is really not good. I imagine I'm not crazy here, right? I'm not just imagining things. That is not a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing. Not at all.
So I thought that maybe Starfleet would want to do something about this. I mean, short of actually, shooting things, obviously, but
We have to be very
you
careful. We've more or less withdrawn from the region.
well, we haven't. He gestures at himself and at you.
Right. Right.
So I was thinking that maybe you could and I could put our heads together and try to get the Peugeot Starport Authority to not recognize the change, or maybe think up some stratagem to convince the court about exactly what I'm up to. I mean, normally I would, you know how this normally works. We would talk with our officers, maybe cry a little bit, and then get to the action and try to solve the day. But I don't have anyone from anywhere in the Federation here. I mean, Koshi's been nice, and Kwakwa are nice people, but I'm constantly being bombarded by marriage proposals and deflecting questions about whether I wish to learn how to fly a mech, which I've learned recently is a come on. That was an embarrassing thing to learn. So yeah. Also, if I wanted to settle down and raise some kids, which I mean, nothing wrong with that, but that's not really what I came here for. Yeah, it's been a fun time, but not. I'm not being taken
Sounds-
terribly seriously
sounds-
right now,
sounds
and I
like
think
sounds
that if
like
I
the kind
solve
of thing
this,
we would have clamored for in our academy days. But I digress.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, because they were those old Earth commercials with the housewife and the long dress and serving cookies, that sort of thing. Yeah, they kind of want me to do that,
Ooh.
the Quaqua version of that. So, yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
So if we could pull this off, maybe people will leave off and let me do my job.
I'll see what I can do.
Please.
I'll start digging into shut up, Pent. I'll start digging into Peugeot's Star Authority procedure. I've done it before. But we'll see. Things have gotten, I don't want to say complicated out here. It's just after everything that's happened, things are just now starting to get back to normal. The problem is what that new normal is going to be is a little uncertain. I am able to I can assist myself.
You know what your stats are. You haven't. Your clone hasn't been away from you.
That long.
Change
yeah.
their stats yet.
Yeah.
Like, Grenan's in the weird situation. If he has an argument with himself, he can literally go tell himself to fuck off.
Oh, and I'm no longer a respected diplomat. God damn it.
Besides, clone him now has increased complication due to bad luck.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you're just, you're a jerk. Yeah. I'm just deciding what I want to do with this. It's a stat. It is
Hello,
in the s-
Ebrix.
It is a stat in the Fallout RPG, but
Grenan's just talking to himself, in case you're wondering.
yeah.
Not in a fun way.
I'm thinking.
Up a number.
Yeah, no. God damn it. I am going to spend my determination for Spirit of Discovery, 3 momentum on the board.
To what value?
There's always room for diplomacy.
Okay.
So going to additionally spend 2 threat, 1 momentum to get a full pool of 5. Focus and law.
I'll take law. How much threat again? Sorry.
2 threat.
2.
Gross. And then Sir Harmon Grennan gets a roll. And someone roll the ship's computer's command or con, whichever one is better.
As you get the ship computer to help you look up the laws, because you probably have them, because you have the data, you have it on file. You just read them.
Yeah.
4 or 5.
Whoops.
Do you want one of us to roll your ship, Grennan?
Sure. Yeah.
Like, what kind of captain can't even roll his own ship?
He's trying to get you involved, including you.
What computers? Con or command?
Which is better? Or
Yep.
are they the same?
Command is 2 better.
Okay, then command. Ooh, okay. That's 5 hits.
Whoops. I'm doing my markers wrong. Get over there. Thank you. So the 2 of you start working over that sort of thing. But it occurs to you both that one of the problems that he's going to run into is that he has a case he can put forward, but without any diplomatic action or pressure from the Federation or the Klingons, that probably won't be enough. It's a step in the right direction, but you don't think that it's clinched the deal.
Okay.
You probably get stalled.
Okay. I'll have to see what I can do on my end. It's tricky. After everything that happened with the Dusk Machine, I probably don't have a ton of latitude with the Admiralty to get support for something like this, especially since so much of this was more or less predicated on the Starfleet effectively leaving the area alone afterwards. To go back and say, hey, we need to stand up to this again, it'll be a very hard sell.
I mean, what else can we do, really? I mean, unless you have some out or
Oh, I didn't say I wasn't gonna try.
oh,
Come on. I know me better than that.
do we?
Keep you posted, Sir Grennan.
Looking forward to it, Fleet Captain Grennan. His face fades from view. So what do you do?
I am going to need to
Have a drink?
No, we're at Aegis right now, right?
Currently.
Yeah. Okay, I am going to need to. I'm gonna need to set up a meeting with the Admiral, aren't I? Yep.
You do know you won't be able to get a meeting in with her today. It seems that she's rather booked. The only slot that was available was the one that Penn was able to sneak in. You might be able to finagle a quick call with her, but you wouldn't be able to get a sit-down meeting with her for any length of time.
Okay.
for any meaningful length of time. And if you wait, you won't be able to get a meeting. And the next meeting's like tomorrow, which will be so late that it probably won't be enough to help. Like it would get there, but it wouldn't get there in time to be of use to your doppelganger.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
what favors you might be able to call in?
Yeah, that's the only problem. I don't have a lot. I don't really have a lot of favors on Grennan. He doesn't get he doesn't really get favors from people. Oddly enough. All right, I'm gonna have to try to sneak in a call with her. That's my best bet.
Okay, give me as you debate with her adjunct about exactly when you can talk to her, and it's like, no, this is really important. Are you sure? It sounds like something like wait till really. Presence plus command opposed. The adjunct is not in the mood to start rearranging the admiral's day at the moment because it is packed, and you are not. Your call will complicate matters. But you know how Admiral, you've been in that guy's position, or at least in his staff before, of staff before we had to manage an admiral's day. It's like admirals can always fit in 5 minutes. It's just convincing the adjunct that those 5 minutes are worth it. Hi, I want a paint job on my ship. Did you just waste 5 minutes of my time for a new paint job? Go away. Hey, adjunct that let that through.
Channel.
You're demoted.
Yeah. Take 3 threat.
Sure, I'll spend those.
Okay. Presence command, law focus, diplomacy, team dynamics.
Team dynamics. We're all on the same team here.
Yay. Oh, thank God.
You're welcome.
You should say thank Galactic Overlord, but you know.
That's a tyrant and a trumped up petty one at that.
Sounds like jealousy.
Yeah, I'm just standing up for the people, all right?
So that's a complication.
Yeah, that is 3 hits. For them, you gain 4 momentum. And I have a way that complication is going to give you an advantage here. 1 second.
So I've took the momentum. It's just my server connection's a bit shitty at the moment.
Yeah, I see it.
I'll get a better server. No, I know what you mean though. I know what you mean.
No.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, you're able to get Nia on immediately.
Admiral.
Fleet Captain, I am rather busy, but my adjunct convinced me that this is rather important, whatever it is. So go out with it then.
There's been a bit of development over in the Peugeot sector. My contact over there, my doppelganger, has informed me of a changing political situation over there that might result in some rather unscrupulous individuals gaining access to that machine that we spent so long trying to prevent from falling into the wrong hands. Now, from our reasoning, we should be able to stop it. I just need the Admiralty to put a little bit of support, just a little bit of support behind it diplomatically. All the legality is there.
So, didn't we just remove you from this situation? Didn't we just, with the treaty you approved, get away from this whole qua internal infighting, very prime directive violating territory? This could be construed as conspiracy to... And she looks at you like you're waiting for you to finish the rest of the sentence.
To violate the prime directive?
Yeah. So before I approve anything like this, I need to know that this is worth it to put us both on court-martial over. And you're looking at a post-presence command roll.
Yeah.
Because no way in hell she's like, "Ooh, I don't like this idea." But it's important. You're not
Yeah.
wrong. But
Oh,
Yep.
I'm back.
and I'm letting her know this is this is basically as close enough to, like, even though I'm not there, this is coming from someone who's basically me.
2 threats spent. She
uh,
is, as you're trying to ask her for a favor, as Pend has learned, she is incredibly good at controlling her officers, including
giving-
you.
Yeah, I'm
So
giving you that
complication range increases by 2.
I'm giving you that 2 threat back. I'm also spending the 4 momentum for a full pool.
And she's buying a full pool.
Diplomacy,
Law.
law.
You try to raise precedents that will help you with this. Like, hey, look, here's how we do it within the bounds of precedent and law.
Mhm.
Yes, we're breaking the prime directive, but there are other directives that we can, and sub directives we can invoke.
Okay, here we go. Whew.
You get 3 momentum back as you slowly talk her around and how.
Mhm. This and I'm making sure to inform her that no Federation ship is going to cross into Peugeot space to do this.
all right, Grennan. You're not going anywhere near this. You are done interfering. I am going to put a diplomat on this with the plan you have in mind, and we'll see about.
Yeah. Oh yes. I don't want to go near Peugeot space anytime in the near future. Believe me, last thing on my mind.
Right. Well, she looks at her computer. Well, there's one other thing while I have you. So we've examined. I can tell you now that we've spoken among ourselves in the Admiralty, and due to your review, we have reviewed your promotion. Although this particular call complicated the review, which made me reconsider my vote.
Yeah, he tugs at his collar.
But given the thought that you went into this, you put into this, I'm willing to look it for now until a judge advocate general has a. Uh, Tiger Squadron's mission is
Fleet
basically over
captain's
at this point,
position
so we're
is,
going to be disbanding it
not
here.
typically this long lived.
So we did just get Narendra Station back from House Subgita. They did liberate it, or recover it, since it was abandoned by the Tripolity. We're still not sure why. But they are going to need a new admiral to look over that region. And the Hathaway has no interest in going back. She's currently tied up in other assignments right now. So that leaves a particular admiralty post open. The alternative is you can stay aboard the Kismet to Peugeot as a Peugeot liaison. Won't be a fleet captain position, but you could prove yourself even further and do high diplomacy in the name of the Federation until another opening makes itself available. But that's all we have at this time for the skills that you have and the openings that would make sense for a junior rear admiral. So give that some thought, unless you're jumping for joy at going to Narendra. You can give that some thought and get back to me about what you want to do.
Okay.
Any other surprises, Fleet Captain, that I have to?
No, that's all I got for you today.
Good day, Grennan. and her face vanishes as you can tell as she was talking, she was reading pads, typing at things, like she was working as she was talking to you.
Yep,
Busy day for the Admiral.
Yep.
for the Admiral.
And you
I
just made sure.
want this.
And now she has a new meeting that she has to push up. Now she has to talk with her JAG representative, going, "Okay, how in trouble am I? Here's what he said I should do. What do you think?"
Yeah. And Grennan is going to craft a. He's not going to call. He's going to craft a letter to Sir Grennan, basically informing him someone from the Starfleet Diplomatic Service is going to get in touch with you. They should be able to help. They know more or less what's going on. You fill in any blanks.
Very good. And that will be, as you're writing that out, that'll be the end of the scene. And we are going to shift to. I got tagged. Why? I'll deal with that later. We.
Not super important, but it would come across Nea's desk.
Dr. Efrix, if you are free to speak at the moment.
Sure.
Currently, you are aboard the Kismet. The Kismet is due to leave dock by the end of the day. So largely what's been happening is everyone else has been catching up with some of their station keeping duties, some downtime stuff.
Mhm.
What you have is a call from Starfleet. You get a call through Starfleet Medical. And I'm gonna have that face. I didn't have it ready to go because I wasn't sure you were coming or not. That's called being
That's fine.
prepared, everybody.
These words, I don't know if they mean what you think they mean.
Prep? Wait, you prepare for a game?
I
What
sure,
heresy is this?
dude. I sure
Wait,
as
you
shit
guys.
don't.
Wait, you guys game?
Oh, there he is.
Oh,
No, we're not gamers.
to be fair, you don't game. You're just here for us to take the piss out of.
Wow.
I mean, did you listen to that conversation as Corbinian as
Is this the
Grennan?
admiral that was mad at me?
He was, but your name has since been cleared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one that called me a terrorist.
Was he
Don't make me
wrong?
smile,
that's-
though.
Yes,
Definitely not wrong.
he's wrong.
Good day, Doctor.
Admiral, how can I
So,
help you?
well, given I am officially calling you to inform you that the charges have been both on the Starfleet Command level, Starfleet Medical level, as well as the Federation Medical Doctors Board have all agreed that you are found cleared of wrongdoing and are actually to be commended for your efforts during the Dominion War. But in addition to that, I have called you because I wanted to offer you a position if you are looking, since I'm sure you're aware that the Tiger Squadron's days are numbered, as its mission is essentially over at this point. And, well, as much as we could use you as a doctor aboard the Kismet, I think that there is a position more suited to a medical professional of your accolades and credentials. That is in the specific an assignment as the director of Shackleton Medical Studies at Narinder Station. It is an admiralty position. It is an admiralty assisting position, as well as a strategic position for all medical missions done in the Shackleton frontier, as well as space.
Africa's eyes kind of widen. That's quite the offer, sir.
It would also involve a promotion to commander. It is a directorship, and you will be primarily on your own. You might be able to get a mission depending on the there, but essentially you would be able to requisition a medical hospital ship if you needed one. Otherwise, you'd be operating out of Narinder Station and be the head medical officer for all ships of that theater of operations.
Wow.
Yes. Wow.
Um, I'm honored to be considered. Uh, when would you need my acceptance by?
The sooner the better, honestly. At the very most, we would need it by the time Tiger Squadron is disbanded. Because at that point, we will have a new admiral. A new admiral will be assigned, and it will be. If you haven't decided by then the admiral, the rear admiral being assigned, will need to know your acceptance then and there. We can't really ask them to delay further because, frankly, our mission out in the Shackleton frontier has been incredibly lacking, and only now will we be able to centralize our medical efforts out there. Top of which would be also a mission to find out what happened to the show in Homeworld and seek out if there was any other worlds that they were on, or reestablish contact with them.
Not sure they want contact with us, but
So what's your decision, Doctor?
just to clarify, GM,
Mhm.
have since I wasn't here, did we resolve Irene dying?
That's still sitting on your desk. That's you haven't had a
Okay.
chance to deal with
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
You've kind of been dealing with it on and off, and at that
I
in the
mean, I
last
was
episode,
like
basically,
technically not kidnapped, but kind of. Um,
yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't be leaving immediately for this. Probably.
yeah, I know. I'm like, uh, I think I'd have to be crazy not to accept, sir, but I would like to discuss it with my captain and my family, if that's okay, before I tender my official answer.
He nods. That's understandable. That's why I wanted to call you now while you're at Starbase Aegis rather than wait too long. Because when they asked me who we were considering, your name came to the top of the list, and I had to wait till you were cleared officially before I could extend the offer. So he gestures, like, finally.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Again, it's quite the honor, especially considering I've been accused of such horrible things recently.
Believe me, Doctor, it doesn't get easier once you get to Admiralty. You get much bigger crises you need to deal with, and when it fails, you will have to answer to some very angry Federation counselors why millions of people died to a disease and why medically there was nothing else you could do. The stakes don't get easier the higher up you go; they just get bigger. Then again, we save that many more. So I look forward to your answer, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
He
Just
like
as
hung up before he was done talking. What a jerk.
and stepping through the door behind you, you see Commander Wright looking around for you. Hey, is Dr. Efrix here? Just in the office over there. Oh, thank you.
Commander?
Oh, hi, Efrix. She leans against the door entry. Surprise!
What's up?
That's what you say to me. I suddenly walk in your office. Supposed to be at DSC. What?
Wait, where are we?
You're Cerberus Aegis.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed
Kismet
that
hasn't
part.
left yet.
Wait, how? Wait, but she was taken too, right?
No, she had to stay back at Starbase at DSC.
Oh, I thought they arrested her too.
No, she was held back.
Okay. The last I knew, we were all being rounded up. So,
Yeah,
Fair
no, she was
assumption.
totally held back. It's fine.
do that's not the way she normally acts, is it?
Well, hey. Insight plus medicine. Difficulty opposed.
It's really Adler.
I mean,
I
not gonna lie.
I'm
That was
joking.
my first thought.
Honestly, I'm joking, but it's probably going to be the actual answer.
She is stuck in a
count-
tube right now.
Counseling?
I'll take an increased complication because you're kind of doing it in a short notice. Pardon me.
And it's said insight medicine,
Y'all.
so that brings it to difficulty 2.
Oh, it's opposed.
Oh, I thought you said it increased difficulty. Got it.
Increased complication. Sorry.
That's what I meant.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Drugs don't do them unless they're prescribed.
then
Uh-huh.
please do them.
And this is your daily PSA.
Don't do drugs
From your
unless
doctor.
designated from your
From your
doctor.
friendly doctor.
And I'm gonna spend
Oh, smiling
all.
hurts so bad.
Oh
Okay.
no! Oh no!
Think
Whoa.
sad thoughts.
I don't like that.
Oh,
Think
this
sad
must
thoughts,
be
like
something.
the GM spending 6 threat all of a sudden.
So
This
much
must be-
threat.
Oh, Jeebus.
Holy, he's not going to have any when he gets around to me.
I mean,
Good for you.
I guess I'm gonna buy into it because I feel like if he's spending, I need to spend.
Do it.
That's fair. Should
Do
go
it.
full pull
Give
two, I
in to
think.
the dice.
So what, do I go 2 and 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, that'll give me cautious.
Cautious, yeah.
I'm trying to decide. Do I want to spend my determination?
How
Well,
determined roll.
I mean, it might be worth keeping hold of it for a reroll.
Yeah.
Well, but I
Yeah.
have veteran.
Then you can keep rerolling.
Yeah, veteran's a dice roll though, so
Ha. I mean, it is, but
it literally.
And not for barter. For me, it is. Okay. Sure, why not? Well, let's go for it.
Or some sort of
Um,
like weird coin flip.
Wait, so which are you doing? Are you spending
what's
the
the word called?
determination?
No, I'll
or...
wait for a reroll.
Okay.
Oh, veteran, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I still haven't lost that. Oh, I didn't roll my veteran when I used it earlier. Give me a second.
Ugh.
That's right. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot
Don't
about
forget,
that.
You also have a reroll.
I kept it.
That's
10 minutes later, I kept it.
also 6 hits.
high.
Does she get a hit because she's in the med bay and doing a medical task?
Not in this case because it's an insight thing.
It's worth
She'd
a
have to
go.
sit her down and start scanning her and stuff.
Looks up her records.
The medbay can't help with your instincts, unfortunately.
Not yet.
That's the operative word.
You
We're
can
down to
su- you
upgrade on the
can
clinic.
you can succeed at cost as you could subtly start pulling up the computer to double check her files real quick, like her psych profile, to kind of fill in the blanks that you it's on the tip of your tongue. You feel like there's something here. You're just not sure what it is.
Take it.
Or don't.
Your call.
I realized that I was talking and not hitting my test.
Ah,
Yeah. I'll succeed at cough.
Okay.
Brain does not want to brain tonight.
oh yeah. Rio's
hate
brain
news
did
like
not
that.
want to brain today.
I
Like,
spent
sorry, I need to come online now.
like 5 minutes earlier trying to figure out why a claim denied, only to realize that the claim didn't deny, it paid.
Ah,
As you pull up the file, you notice on the psych record that Wright is friendly, but she's very respectful of doctors and would be very formal. Like she's friendly, but she'd be calling you doctor. She'd be making sure you weren't busy, that sort of thing. This person's being
Yeah.
incredibly casual, and then this person.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. I was like, this is not the way Wright usually talks.
She then casually presses a button that turns on a force field, locking you two in the room, and she casually pulls a Type 2 phaser. She's going to point it at you. You get to act first because you kind of clued in that something was wrong. Like as she was moving, you clued in, so you're ready to kind of react and do something before she tries to shoot you. And you can see all your, because there's so all the officers that were in the room, like this guy was getting like a medical check, this engineer was doing something, and they look over like, whoa, what's going on?
I'm going to... God, I don't know. I'm a doctor, not a fighter. I mean, that's an option.
Yeah, pull your phaser and shoot her.
Hey, does this smell like chloroform?
wrong game.
Oh wait, don't we have... Oh no, I'm in the thing.
You can gas yourself.
Yeah,
you're
we
both
could.
knocked
We
out,
have
then-
protocol for this.
Okay, so I'm
GM.
saying it was just a joke, but sure, let's run with this.
No,
Okay.
no. She has a
This
knockout
was
gas.
actually set up.
Protocol. Yeah. I mean, if you
Uh,
both get knocked out, then you're still on the Kismet, and presumably can be
Yeah.
Mhm.
that. Yeah.
So what's your plan there, Doctor?
Is that just...
Gas your office.
I don't remember how I activate it. Is it just... I don't...
Voice command.
It's been a while. Is it voice command?
You had a voice command for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
So I will
I
treat
think
this as
I think I sent it to you, Varder.
Oh God, we have a lot of messages.
I know.
Uh,
Because I was like, oh, there's a thing.
medical. No, wait. Security
Because
test.
turns out you weren't Varder.
Yeah.
Shooters.
as you're trying to get the order out very quickly because you know you don't have a ton of time.
And that's why it was a voice activator thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Mama Bear?
I
Maybe?
believe that's a trait.
Oh, you were
As a
asking.
trait?
I thought
Yeah.
you were saying that as a code word. Sorry.
It would make sense if
how
that
often-
was her fucking code word.
I mean,
Mama
how often
bear,
would Everett say
bong.
Mama Bear?
Say it very
Dear.
threateningly. It's like, ooh.
And a black
Dear
bear just
Lord.
appears in the office.
There's follow emitters.
I
There
won't
are.
take it
Technology.
here because the threat is directed at you alone. If she was still out in the hall like others, but
Okay.
the only person it endangers you.
Okay.
Not great.
That's fair.
Yeah,
This is
no,
a weird
it's-
thing. Emergency medicine?
I have to say no.
Okay, that's fine.
But it's medicine in an emergency.
Funnily enough, your
That-
steps 1 to 4 have been followed by this particular individual by sealing you in a room with a force field up.
Yeah.
So you just need to activate 5.
Oh, that's great.
And actually, it occurs to you that when he says, well, he didn't say that, but your mind kind of goes over what steps do you need to tell the computer, and in that split second, a moment, you're like, wait a minute, it's almost like this person knew the protocol.
Well, I don't. That's not useful. Now I'm thinking they inoculated themselves. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. It's fine.
Before you roll,
Mm-hmm.
it is a control medicine diff to assisted by computer's medicine to basically perform this attack. You could tell now. All that's what that's going to do is basically attack them with the gas, and possibly do enough stress to just knock them out. Because you're trying to put the force field in such a way that you're not just knocking out the two of you, or just knocking them out. There's different ways to handle this. But if you gas both of yourselves, then the difficulty goes down by 1 because you're skipping steps 1 through 4.
I was gonna knock out both of us. Yeah.
Okay, so if you do that, you could do a low toxic gas that will be non-lethal, like just enough to hopefully knock them out, but not do too much damage to yourself as well.
Especially
Or you
'cause
can tell it to go.
Denobulans have like a high tolerance to poison and toxin, I think.
Oh, cool! So you'd have resistance to it basically,
Mhm.
to the attack. Or you can tell it to go like just full power, like just replace air with this gas sort of thing, which turns it to a high toxicity that increases the amount of challenge dice. So it increases the chances that it will likely knock them out, but it also has the possibility that you might overdo it and cause an injury.
Yeah, I
'Cause you
don't
can't-
think that's a possibility for her. Because
Yep.
do no harm.
You're at diff 1 for the check if you're gassing both of yourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give you a threat. Why not?
Sure. I can't
This
oppose
is-
this roll because I can't stop you from talking. Mhm. Oh. Neat, but not what I'm looking for.
I mean,
Sure.
I got it.
Efrix,
Mm-hmm.
It's,
why must you always?
I mean,
You have that medal where you can.
I don't know. I don't have the one where you.
There are
quash.
like
Do you
3
have-
of them where you quash.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or do you have the one where you generate 2 bonus?
Is that Starfleet Medal of Honor?
Karaka Order of Heroism.
No.
No, wait.
Okay.
That is a different one. Never mind.
This is
Legion of
page
Honor
3.
is where you can just ignore a complication. I think it is the Starfleet Medal of whatever.
Yeah, it's Medal of Honor versus Legion of Honor.
Starfleet.
Is it Medal of Honor?
Medal of Honor. If you succeed, you can generate once per. You can generate 2 bonus momentum.
Oh. Well,
And then
okay.
you've succeeded. So
And
you
then I can
quash the
do that.
complication
Yeah,
with
and
the,
then I can squash it.
Yep.
Okay.
The other one just has the specification of you can just quash a complication. It doesn't say
Mhm.
success or not, so it's on a failure. You cannot fail so hard.
Roll for me 7 challenge dice, please, Doctor.
So I'll do that in squash, just FYI.
Yeah.
Yep.
7 challenge dice.
Solid number.
Oh.
You have resistance, so the 7 that the gas was doing to you. You're basically rolling your damage to her. I'm rolling the damage you're doing to yourself. But I'm treating you as if you had 2 resistance to this attack, so you're gasping, but because there's less air to breathe, but thud. Your attacker just goes out cold.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Rick's to security.
She activated my trap
This
card.
is on the Kismet, right?
Huh?
Oh, we're on the Kismet right now, yeah? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so
And
that's
I
Sarissa
believe
then.
I believe I set it up so that it would automatically ping security if that happened. Too.
Yep.
So
Super Sarissa, who's not familiar with this thing, going like, yes, this is security.
I think we have an intruder in medbay.
Uh,
I'm
Okay,
gonna scan them and make sure they're not dying.
sending teams now.
Well,
Because I think
actually,
she's still in the captain's chair.
give me doctor. Give me insight medicine difficult before you start scanning right now as you're talking with
Okay.
security.
Emergency I don't know. Emergency medicine.
Emergency. I don't know. I don't think I would have approved that particular. Seems
or
a little vague.
xenobiology.
Xenobiology. I'll take that. Sure.
Just a focus in emergency.
Yeah, maybe drop the gas.
It's this powder that increases your vitamin C intake. Sorry.
You're not wrong.
Just because the way I've been rolling
Ow.
today, I would
hurt my
like
nose.
to spend a momentum for cautious.
Okay. There you go.
Hey.
You recognize, although Denobin biology is resistant, if you're breathing more of this gas than you are
Mhm.
air, you are probably looking at taking. You've already taken. I should have told you. You took 3 stress from that. But you didn't go out. You're just stressed out. But you're about to take. You're probably going to take another 5, and you probably will conk out if you turn the gas off. They'll stay unconscious because they've been gassed. So do you want to shut off the gas, or do you want to keep talking with Sarissa?
I mean, it's a hands-free system, so you can shut off the gas and keep talking.
You could, yeah.
But if I'm recalling,
Hands optional system.
Grinnon's still busy talking to important people, right?
I mean, he'd call himself important, but yeah.
And Naya.
Ow.
Yeah, okay.
mean,
I was just meaning like she's
he's
still in the
maybe
captain's
gonna be a
chair,
rear
can't just
admiral,
run
so
down
I guess yeah, he's important.
No, he's talking to the less important version of himself. Or the
Yeah,
more
you-
important version, depending on where you're standing.
Yeah, to
Yeah,
sort of
I'll-
answer what you're driving
yeah,
at there. Oh, go ahead.
I'll deactivate.
Okay. Gas purges. And you wanted to scan this person?
Mm-hmm.
Reason plus medicine difficulty of 2.
Essentially, she's in the chair right now, so she can't just responsibly
Xenobiology?
run down there.
Say again, doctor. Sorry.
Xenobiology.
Yes, and you're correct, Sarissa.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, sending security teams.
Spending 1 for cautious because I'm me. Hey.
Presence plus security difficulty 1 to send the team. It's easier because some of them are kind of on their way anyway. Doctor, you recognize that this is in fact a full Endorian, not a or Endorian human hybrid. And that's what Wright is. And they've been surgically modified to appear like her, and even had their antenna surgically removed to kind of give off the hybrid look. Probably why the person had to lean against the doorframe a little bit. They were probably a little bit, because basically it's like, you know, wearing an eye patch when you don't need an eye patch. You can get used to it, but it's disorienting.
So they clearly have like some spy training, but they're not very good at it.
Instruction for Sarissa.
Yes.
One threat, just to
Sure.
be safe.
I use threat to be safe.
Yep. We have a float. Damn.
I tried to do that and it backfired on me.
Yeah. But you're not me.
So the security team
That's what I get.
rushes to your location. You're right, Doctor.
A little startled.
Is this them?
Yes.
Stable?
The readings show they're stable, right?
Yeah. They've just been
Yes.
gassed.
Just knocked out with gas.
The security people grab the Type 2 phaser and take away the knife she had at her belt. The pick. Whoops, not that button. The other button.
Mhm.
They take her Andorian sickle. I forget what it's called now.
Ushan.
Ushan. They take her Ushan off her belt. And they put it into like one of them has a satchel to put evidence into, and they handcuff her and lift her up, and they gesture for someone to give them a stretcher, so they can just carry her there. They turn on a pressure field, so even if she wants to get
Yeah.
up, she's not getting out of that bed.
Yep.
And they start taking her away.
Basically
Oh.
looks similar to Commander Wright, but biologically they are not.
Do you have any idea why they attacked you, Doctor? Who would want to hurt you?
Give them a chance to pontificate, if you will. But if you find out, I'd be curious to know.
All right, we'll pass this up the chain to Varder, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can, Doctor.
Thank you for your help. Fixes her uniform.
One of the other doctors comes to check on you. Are you all right, Doctor? Do you need anything? You were in there for a few seconds.
All right. It's been an exciting day.
Nurse, she's a denobulin, resistant to toxins. Well, yeah, but that's still not good for you. The other medical officer just shrugs, like, I'm not worried.
I'll be fine. Thank you for your concern.
The ensign nods and goes back to the checkup. Meanwhile, the pilot who was getting a checkup's like, "Oh, okay, that just happened. I was just getting my eyesight checked. Holy hell!"
Didn't know the doctor was a badass, did you?
Also,
This
Everix,
happens all the time at Medbay. Not generally, no, ensign. Now stop moving.
also, Everix made a meme for you in Discord.
Took him 5 whole minutes.
Yeah, it took me 5 whole minutes to make that stupid meme.
Real pro would have done it in 30. Add some details.
Yeah, but to be fair,
Uh,
both versions of Grennan is a basic bitch.
So yeah,
Just takes a surgical tray. to the
anything
shoulder.
anything else you wish to do in the medbay before the ship begins its shove off? You do know there's going to be a meeting just once the ship clears dock, but is there anything you wish to do before the meeting comes up?
Have I received any correspondence from Dr. Sai in the meantime?
No, you have not.
Okay. That'll be something I need to deal with, but I guess I should talk to the captain about maybe having to leave the ship first. So,
All right. New scene as we check in with Maxwell Planck.
Hi.
Nothing wrong's going to happen at all.
Nothing wrong.
Nope. This is gonna work perfectly
Yeah.
fine. I did all the math twice.
As you step onto the bridge, Dorja stands up. Captain on the bridge. And everyone
Not
kind
around. At ease.
Captain, could I have a word with you in the ready room?
Of course, Commander. No, lead the way over to my ready room.
He stands at attention as he waits for you to get settled in your own ready room.
Stand in my chair and gesture for Dorja to sit if you'd like. What would you like to speak about, Commander?
2 points, actually, Captain. The project that our new engineer has started is underway. They've started some preliminary tests, and what I can say for now is it's a bit more work yet. I have issues with it possibly being somewhat unstable unless doubled with a phase disruption device. Not like the full type, the Pegasus variant, but a much more slimmed down version of it. But I don't think we're gonna be able to get clearance for that. So I'm trying to find other. I'm trying to work through the science department to see if we can fill in the blanks there. Maybe help help them out. I was tempted to just leave them be, but I don't know. This seems intriguing. I think being able to generate power by being hit seems like a very, I don't know. Take that to Captain Pend. By being pacifist, one becomes stronger, as it were.
It would allow for our policies of not acting aggressively, shall I say, to allow us to come from a position of strength.
But yeah, if you're all right, I would like to help the new engineer out. Normally, I'd leave them alone, but I don't know. Kind of want to poke my head in on this and try to add some water to the plant life.
Of course. You're free to do so.
He nods. The second point is, well, I mean, our last mission before we were called here.
Yes.
Like, I know you haven't said much about it since we last spoke, but I imagine you've had plenty of computational cycles to permutate on it, and I was wondering what your thoughts were at present. If you don't mind me asking, of course, Captain. I don't want to feel like I'm horning in on an ultimately personal matter, but I've been told that Good XO is supposed to be a little bit annoying, and you're one of the few androids that I know that could possibly be annoyed by me. So I'd rather not do that if I can help it, but I have to be at least a little bit.
I don't think you've given me any cause for annoyance, Commander.
Oh, I believe I should try harder then. He smiles at that.
Smith looks contemplative for a second and then looks faintly amused. I see. Yes. Regardless, I do appreciate the concern, Commander. I am debating how public I want to make this information. It is difficult because I do believe in
an inherent goodness in, at very least, the beings who make up this Federation, if not life in general. I do not think we are predisposed to bad intentions. Bad actions? Yes, life takes those all the time. But I also must recognize that she kind of like smiles a little ruefully. Despite how inclusive our Federation is, me and those like myself are different. And life struggles to accept difference.
I tend to believe. Oh, permission to speak freely. Sorry, Captain.
Granted.
I tend to believe that in the inherent goodness of individual actors over large bureaucracies. Ryza has come and gone from one power to the next for millennia. And we've learned that it's a few choice words at the right time, at the right place, can prevent or minimize the casualties of a war. Doesn't always prevent them, obviously, but organizations like the Klingon Empire when they ruled us, or the Orions when they did, or the Federation as they rule us now, the Federation has been good for a very long time. It's made mistakes, but I don't know. I mean, we've been on war footing for so long. I don't know if the Federation's ever going to lose its taste for it. If they won't just, if not checked, if not opposed by harsh words, then they might run away and turn into a defense force or a star, well, maybe not Imperial Navy, but more a star Navy, less the peacekeeping and exploration organization that we have enjoyed for hundreds of years. If you're going to do something, I think you either need to find those in power to shout at or debate with, or find more actors to push against what you suspect is going to happen. It won't make you popular, I can tell you now, Captain, because there's a reason I'm a lieutenant commander. Is because I voice my opinions, and they are not very popular opinions. Not even popular here in Tiger Squadron. That's why I don't think you like your former crew from the Kismet, and I know that you trust them, but I don't know. I wonder how far we can push your goodwill for without it becoming backlashing. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying that you don't want to wait too long. But also understand that you're likely going to make enemies, even within our vaunted Federation.
My commander, it sounds as if you're suggesting I should go into politics. And trust me, the thought has occurred to me.
And the first android counselor on the Federation has a historic ring to it.
It does. And it may be the way I can get the most influence in guiding the Federation moving forwards. Of course, that would most likely mean abandoning some of the things that I love so much. A pursuit of exploration amongst the stars. The ability to work with all of the great minds that this ship has to offer. I know that I have some time yet to work on this, but I have to start putting plans in motion.
Give me insight plus command. Difficulty 5 as you start pondering the future that's ahead of you.
Yeah. All right.
And I'm going to invoke your one of your traits as a negative to increase
Alright.
the complication to 2. As
Which
considering
trait?
the future also opens up the illumination part of you to kind of wander off into all the other possibilities and similar struggles that your doppelgangers across the multiverse are going through. May not necessarily be android specific, but it's all of them seem to be in a position of being potentially oppressed, some more violent than others. Unfortunately, for your sake, that's actually kind of distracting because you're trying to think about what you can do in your universe. Opening the Stargate to get you to the next world is not going to help you. For example,
Mhm.
asking the
Yeah.
doctor to help you is not going to help. Well, that doctor, you know who I mean.
Yes.
Smith absolutely slaying in the Klingon court.
There it is.
Can I use the trait of analytical to counter that? I'm like trying to construct long-term data analysis models here.
Yeah, you could cut back at that complication increase, sure.
All right. Cool.
Pray to the God Emperor for salvation.
Somehow I don't think that's exactly what I'm going to be doing.
But if you pray to the Galactic Overlord, things might happen.
That universe sucks anyway. I wouldn't go there.
Oh, great and powerful pen.
Yes, my
Uh,
child.
Check behind the curtain. You
Um,
won't believe what
I'm-
you see.
I'm going to spend
It's a little man and he's missing a leg.
my determination towards the value sentience is a gift. Never squander it. It must be preserved and advanced.
Yep. Somehow that's been applying for your particular sub story.
Mm.
Uh, and then I'm going to spend up to 4 dice with the momentum that we have, I think.
Yes, that's all 5.
And I... So, this might be a little bit of a stretch, but since I'm constructing, like, long-term data analysis, could I use the focus of temporal mechanics?
Add complication increase, but you could.
Okay.
Not so much that it doesn't apply, but the fact that once you start involving temporal mechanics into an equation, complications tend to
Yeah.
come up.
Yeah, that's fair. That's understandable.
Things kind of tend to get wibbly wobbly and timey wimey.
Uh-huh. I'm just checking to see if I have any metals that I want to invoke before I roll. Nope, that's not one of the things I have a Copper Metal of Excellence for. So, yeah, I'm rolling 4 at comp 2, and I have 2 hits already. Alright, that's on the dot. Five successes.
You start doing some modeling in your head, and there's a lot to consider, a lot of variables. But you get some of your planning done. You do get the feeling you'll definitely need to consult with other minds on the matter and texts and possibly start calling in some favors if you want to
Mhm.
ensure one of the pathways that doesn't involve a mirrorverse version of failure. Which the solution to that is rise up and become a myth and free your people. It's working out for them, but not sure that'll work for you in this case. I think Starfleet will miss the Kismet if it's suddenly hijacked by an AI.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit.
Dorja patiently waits the full minute that you take to consider your options.
I do not intend to make this public knowledge yet, Commander, but I will at least tell you to be prepared for my potentially stepping down from the captaincy. Most likely within the year.
Well, I'm telling you now, Captain, if you engage in this, I'm coming with you.
I would love to have your support.
He nods. A little chirp occurs on the computer automatically, but you kind of remember it in your own head without the computer having to tell you that there's a meeting of the senior staff of the squadron because the Kismet has pushed off from dock. So they want to gather up and settle in for the operations ahead.
All right, Commander. I have a Tiger Squadron senior staff meeting to attend to. But I
Aye,
look
Captain?
forward to debating the future further. Dismissed.
Anytime, Captain. He stands awaiting your instructions because he can't leave.
Oh, sorry. I did say dismissed, but we may have
Okay.
talked past each other there.
Okay.
Yeah.
He returns to the bridge.
I just like in the distance, not even on the same ship, Pen's just thinking, "Fuck you, Dorja."
Is there anything you wish
And
to
they're
do
not
before you head?
particularly ideologically aligned.
Well, one wants to be a galactic overlord. The other one see and egalitarianism. But you know.
What do you mean? Once am.
But yes, is there anything you wish to do, Myth, before you head to the meeting?
I think I'm going to start running kind of like a list down of what favors I've accrued so far and how I can start leveraging those in this kind of path forward.
Reason plus command, difficulty 3, assisted by computers plus command. As you start running through the many people you've met along the way and who could be possibly of help to you.
Yeah. I'll spend 1 threat per 3rd die here.
Okay.
Would this count as something towards my research focus?
Yeah, you're doing some research on some of these people, seeing what their connections are, what their influence would be, so on.
All right. There's, wow, 1. See what the ship gets. It could crit. Let's see.
Don't you mean 2 because it's reason?
Oh yeah, it's 2.
Man, we're all rocking at
Forgetting how
100%,
my
man.
own character worked.
We're all super effective.
Yep, sure are.
That sounds unbalanced.
That sounds
Well,
like
I'm
a
at
you
2 right
problem.
I am going to see if I can reroll this.
Just challenge directive, prime directive. Let's get the Klingons involved. Time to overthrow the Gorn hegemony.
Can I use my milestone that has the tags lecture, self, and emotion?
Yeah, I'll take that.
I reroll 2. There we go. Get 1 momentum. Off that.
You have some idea that occurs to you, but and you see that there are, a variety of people that could be of assistance, but it's a lot of seeing how much the is what's how far they're gonna, because favors can only go so far,
Yeah.
and you're only starting to really come to grips with emotion and having empathy. So it's a bit of a exercise that needs to be done not in theory but in practice.
Yeah.
Like in theory, they should be okay with this, but some people can be spooked. So, and it's hard to see that without actually talking to them.
Makes sense. Yeah. Anything else I'm doing? Shoot, there was something that I thought of, and it's left my brain entirely.
Do you know thought?
Yeah, basically. Well,
It's good while it lasted.
yep. Really no idea what it was, so yeah, that's all I've got right now.
Okay. New scene.
Wait, no, wait, I remembered it.
What's up? What is it?
I remembered it. It's not super important, but one of the other things that Myth would probably be thinking about is whether it would be politically advantageous to try to try to get promoted before she'd be leaving Starfleet, or not.
Like, better to be former captain than former commander.
And former commander. Yeah.
Reason command.
We do have a momentum on the board. Sorry, I got rid of it.
I'll spend that one then for third die, and level 3 there. All right, and then Peter's command, assist. There we go. So generate 4.
Yeah. The more, you are a decorated officer, that helps a lot. But rank can give you some extra political clout among Starfleet, not just Starfleet officers, but also Starfleet family members. The higher rank you are, the more some people will tend to listen to you or treat your opinions on large galactic politics.
Right. So then that's probably something that's also going on her like to-do list. Become a captain. Which, yeah, she has like, a year or 2. Probably. Cool. That's all I had.
All right, now new scene. If I can find the room, there it is. And Lieutenant Rix, you've been brought in because you are partially because you need to brief the. You've already briefed Myth about it, but you also will probably want to brief the strategic operations officer and the squadron CO about your new plan, which is just a whisper away from being done. Like, it could be implemented. But Myth could explain it, but then again, Dorja would have told Myth that it would be better for him to go up because it'll help him deal with the squadron and selling this to the Corps of Engineers down the line.
Plus, I can present it with a lot more enthusiasm.
Yep.
Yeah.
No offense, Myth.
I brought in the project head. Here, project head, explain your project. Basically.
Yeah. So this is the first. This is I think the first time every one of the senior staff have been together +1.
in a while.
Yep.
Yeah.
At present, the Maxwell Planck and the Kismet are warping back to DSE to regroup and prepare for new operations in that area. An update, there is a pending investigation as Argo as the at present all you know for now is that Haggard is still working on the problem that happened while you were away, and he says, and all he tells you whenever you ask him, Grennan, is that I'll tell you later. Like, he looks like he's busy. Like, every time you call him, he's somewhere. He's like in a hallway, at the bridge, in the red room, talking to somebody, in the station commander's room. Like, he's all over the place because he's an officer who is not very good at just sitting there and waiting.
Yeah.
Ah, well, who's been busy today?
Fleet Captain Brennan raises his hand.
Unpenned.
Nods.
Not really.
Efrix also raises her hand. She also looks surprised.
Just not me. Got it.
I've been working on a special project, sir.
Well, would we like to go around the table and explain that how we've been busy today?
Perhaps we should start with the lieutenant's project that is nearing completion. The Maxwell Planck's engineering department has a new technology that is spearheading for defensive applications.
Yes, apparently, after talking to Rear Admiral Naya, that's to be implemented aboard my ship.
If all goes well, yes, we would be able to retrofit this to any space frame. We designed it at thus, but in theory, in future applications, we could build this in directly to the space frame from the keel up, so to speak.
If you
Well,
would give us a rundown, Lieutenant?
Basically, these would be small modular devices that will be fitted to the superstructure frame of a starship and hooked into the EPS systems, with the effect that when the superstructure is hit or stresses under a situation, and this would produce a piezoelectric effect, and we can route out that to the EPS systems, effectively creating power from us getting hit.
How would
That
that
has interesting defensive applications.
Indeed, although I have to wonder how that would hold up against various energy types common in weapon systems in the alpha and beta quadrants.
Oh, there is one easy way to find that out.
Well, yes, of course. That's why I'm asking.
Shoot them.
So far, the applications of this is directly to the superstructure. So if the superstructure bends into breaks, that's what creates the effect. As for direct conversion of energy weapons into powering the systems, that would have to be a different application.
Okay, I understand. I think I understand the design point of this device. I think I see where it's coming from.
so, as a confirmation to myself, this set of devices you're creating acts as a energy absorption, conversion, and dispersion throughout the ship's superstructure.
Correct, but the energy would be safely routed back into the EPS systems, with the effect of generating more power, or upon stress on the ship.
It's quite
I
an
will note
interesting.
this would have could potentially have the side effect. We have not done full testing under live weapons fire, of course, yet, but this could have the effect of reducing the apparent impacts to crew directly, as much of the force that is currently being absorbed by a structural integrity field might instead be converted into usable ship's power.
And you would also very easily be able to route that excess power into shield and structure integrity fields, effectively increasing the resistance of the ship. Or, should you be so inclined, you could route it into phasers and hit back with greater force. Since it's routed directly into the EPS systems, the use of the power is extraordinarily flexible. I figured it would be more useful to route the power or to a more general sense rather than to a specific application.
Well, it's an impressive idea, and if it works, it'll be a good step forward in ship design.
Great.
Small scale tests seem to show that this will work. We are in the process of fitting in the Maxwell Planck Inc. with these devices to do large scale tests. Hopefully, somewhat under less than and directly firing upon the ship.
Well,
I'm sure that step will be necessary at some point in testing.
if you want, either the Kismet or the Achilles can do some scaled down phaser shots.
That's not to say either of us have particularly wanted to shoot the plank.
No, it's just a case of you wish to test its effectiveness, and we don't want to go full out trying to destroy a ship, but we can test out a ship's phaser system against it.
Eventually, that will be needed, and I suppose the captain and the captains and the commanders and the lieutenant commanders of the squadron can arrange this test should it be necessary.
Well, interesting. Is there anything else you wish to mention about your project? I mean, while you're here and you're touting it, might as well get anything you want to say.
Could you repeat the question?
Well, like I said, while he's here and he's touting his project, you might as well tell us everything you can about it. You might not get the chance again while he's so infused.
Obviously, this could have applications in extreme pressure vessels. Also, you could use such a system to design shuttlecraft that can dive deep into gas giants, and we can use it for mining or recovery operations.
Have you looked into how this might affect the combat performance of a vessel, Lieutenant? In terms of preventing injuries to the crew, as such a device would be converting much of the kinetic impact on a vessel into other forms of energy.
In theory, this could reduce the kinetic impact of some strikes and reduce the need for inertial dampeners, as most of the impact is converted to electrical energy.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Penn just half makes the joke comment. It sounds like you're phasing a lot of energy around.
That was one of the things we were working on, is making sure that the phase variance between the devices and EPS systems was aligned. There's actually a step down and converter right before the EPS junctions, is that we have on every device that is a capacitance shell that takes the energy in raw form and is able to step it down and convert it into safe energy to inject into the EPS systems. This should have the effect of preventing overloads and blowouts throughout the ship.
Very interesting.
And the capacity of these capacitors are 3 times the amount that the relays can generate. So in case of an overload, the relays will break first, not the capacitors, and discharge across the ship.
Hmm.
Well, that's
Exactly how glassy-eyed is everyone at this point? Because I just
Barter's-
techno-babbled a lot.
Barter is just gone.
I mean, Penn does a 3 in engineering, so he understands.
Barter's got a 2, but the most he's getting out of this is shoot
is
ship
good.
in EPS conduits, get energy. Basically.
I have an okay engineering, but it's for medical equipment. It's not for this.
Myth is with you, but you already knew that, so.
It's just
Yeah,
from the
I
sort of
kinda
point of,
figured.
you said that bit, now you're saying it again with different technobabble.
Uh-huh.
But I was like, I don't need to hear it 3 times.
But interesting design. Hopefully we can get on to the next stage of testing.
Yep, I will let you know about the next stage within the next 24 hours, hopefully.
Who would like to go next?
I believe that has been the only thing that is necessary to report on the plank.
Yeah, no, I was just on the station having a drink and a conversation.
Varder,
I guess I could.
Insight security difficult.
Any of my focuses are flying here?
Basically, this is just seeing if Varder's been looped into the events that happened on the Kismet a few minutes ago.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
chain of command? Question mark?
Yep.
Okay. Have a threat.
Sure.
Oh, look at that. I didn't change the name, but yes, that is Varder.
Yeah, Varder's aware of the report of the security event that occurred on the Kismet that long ago. It didn't go to full red alert because it was resolved by the officer who was under attack almost immediately. So security came to mop up. The prisoner is currently in the brig and has recently just woken up.
Oh. Yeah, no. Nothing yet. But, you know, if I'm here, is it probably Sarissa who got sent down? No, she's probably on the bridge. I don't know who else on the bridge right now.
She's probably just keeping the bridge warm while you
Yeah.
go.
So, we've got someone down in the brig that needs interrogating. That was likely trying to assassinate our good doctor again. Again.
Wait,
I was
What?
very popular today.
I see.
An Andorian that is not Doctor. Right? Not Doctor. It's not Doctor. It's just Commander. Lieutenant Commander. Full Commander now. Damn it. Right.
Or counselor. She
Counselor,
responds to
right.
both.
But was not them. Yeah. But Efrix handled the situation remarkably well.
Oh, I mean,
How did they even get on board?
They
If
look
I may
like
ask.
Commander Wright.
Very convincingly so.
I mean, you kind of get used to the fact people trying to assassinate people around this area. It happens more than often than we'd like to admit.
Oh,
They look like
must
Commander
have
Wright,
missed
and
that
it's
on the
reasonable to-
brochure when I was moving here.
If they look like the commander, it's reasonable to assume they had some sort of forgeries that passed well enough. That is something I'll need to look into. I've got a very basic preliminary thing saying they've been detained and that the incident happened. I've done no investigation into it. It happened right as I was arriving to the meeting.
Well, that sounds like your job.
Yeah. Yeah, that is my job.
Maybe you'll be busy today after all, then, Commander.
You know, not all good things can last. Besides, normally you're telling me to get some sleep rather than keep working.
I'm very proud that you took a break.
He didn't actually take a break, he was working.
Afrix doesn't know that.
So, Commander Myth, anything interesting for you today?
Nothing of significant consequence from myself, aside from the testings on Plank, no.
Fair enough. Wasn't Commander Afrix anything fun for you? Apart from attempted assassinations?
Specifically, they're on station back at DSE. There's a patient that is in need of specialized care within Wudra space. They are willing to work with me. I'm not sure that they would be willing to work with a liaison doctor. So I may have to request leave again.
Depending on the
Would this-
feasibility of our deployments after we return to East Base Arcania, it might be possible for the Plank to fly out in that direction, Doctor. It would significantly increase your.
You have to be
mobility.
careful. I've been given, I wouldn't say orders, but it's been strongly suggested to me that I do not take any action within the Peugeot sector.
Yeah, just you stay out of the sector.
Right. I'm just making sure that this will have to be more of a personal endeavor, Doctor.
I do not believe the Sphere of Influence Treaty precludes our making contact with other species.
No,
No.
the issue with the treaty with House Subkita is they go east of the entire Peugeot sector and keep going that way, and we head west.
The point is,
But it does
we
not
have to-
account for the Peugeot sector itself.
No, that's we're allowed. Both parties are allowed to interact.
Right. That actually is not what I'm talking about, Pend. There's been a development that I'll have to appraise you of.
We'll get to it. Let Efrix finish.
Yes. Of course.
Anyway, it is imperative for this patient's recovery. They will not survive without woohoo intervention.
Well, it's definitely something we can sort out. I think, like, the commander's just offered you a ride.
I would
Was
appreciate it.
If I may ask, wasn't the Woohoo one of the races we were just fighting a couple months ago?
On the contrary, actually, the Woohoo assisted us in bringing the Dusk Machine under control.
We have not engaged in any direct hostilities with the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds as a cohesive entity.
Unless you count Pin stabbing a guy in the head.
I didn't
As I said,
stab
as a
him.
cohesive entity.
It was the other. Yeah, there's been a lot of first contacts out in the sector. I haven't totally got all the races correct.
And again, for clarity, I didn't stab him. I threw a sword across a room into his head.
The
That's
precise
stabbing
semantics
people
are
with extra
largely
stabs.
irrelevant.
There's a difference. Stabbing is up close and personal.
That's stabbing people with extra steps.
Like author, we said the same thing in very different words.
But is that it for your day today?
For now.
Well, okay then. Fleet Captain, do you want to go next, or do you want me to go next?
I'll take it. It has been brought to my attention that there is an actor within the Quaqua Principality that is taking actions to gain full control over the Dusk Machine, utilizing the rather unstable nature of the Quaqua Principality as it exists now. I've been in discussions with Sir Grennan regarding the situation, and the two of us put our heads together. Well, I suppose both of them are my head. And
Wait, what?
Don't ask.
I'll brief you on the relevant information later, Lieutenant.
Yes.
Sorry.
Anyhow, I worked out a possible legal solution that Sir Grennan could take to the Peugeot Star Authority. However, it is a solution that will require a little bit of push from the Starfleet, the Federation's diplomatic corps. I won't say I had to call in a favor, but I had to make a concerted plea for the Admiralty's cooperation, and in order to secure it, I had to agree to stay out of it, as it were.
That seems the responsible course of action, Captain.
Of course.
Unless I'm missing a particular to this, the Quaqua Dusk Machine, although quite formidable, is no longer the civilization-ending threat that we had to oppose, so our further involvement would be in violation of the Prime Directive if we were to involve ourselves as Starfleet officers.
Indeed. Which is why I've put the Starfleet Diplomatic Corps onto this. They'll reach out to Sir Grennan and truly determine whether or not this really is the threat that he believes it to be. But, well, I have to believe that Sir Grennan's assessment is just as accurate as any assessment I would make.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, if it had come from anyone but Sir Grennan, I would have been a lot more skeptical.
So apart from you being banned from Peugeot space and possibly another galactic incident, anything else happened to you today?
Well, in my discussion with the Admiralty, I did learn something. It is looking like the Tiger Squadron's mission is going to be coming to a close in the upcoming future.
That is anticipated.
And as such, reassignments are certainly pending. Of course, any of you who wish to stay on in the area are more than welcome to, but should any of you seek transfers to other ships within the 10th Fleet, or other sections of Starfleet, I am more than willing to write a glowing review and letter of recommendation.
Well, about that. My meeting with the Rear Admiral today,
Yeah.
she already confirmed to me that Tiger Squadron would be disbanding. And I requested of her my own command away from Tiger Squadron, and with the Achilles actually performing its duty as a pathfinder and reconnaissance vessel.
I suspect the Maxwell Planck will undergo a similar departure from its current duties. I expect to stay with her for the time being, at the very least.
But for the next while, I'm going to be going over crew transfers, getting some research projects from Starfleet Command while I'm out there. But yeah, I'll either be designated to below Tallgrass, along the Silk Road, outside of obviously Federation space. Hell, could even go to Shackleton because we've got Narendra back. But
Speaking of, that's something I thought I would also apprise you of. It is looking quite likely that I am to be joining the ranks of the Admiralty sometime in the upcoming future.
yeah,
My congratulations or condolences.
the Rear Admiral confirmed that in our discussions as well.
Yeah, the only question is where I'm to go. I just want to make sure I get this right. Corbinian, so either Narendra Station, or if I stick around in the Tallgrass region, or I'd be sticking around in the Tallgrass region, right?
No, the
No.
only Rear Admiral position that is available is Narendra Station. If you stay here, you're staying here as a captain of the Kismet in the Peugeot subsector.
Okay. I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, if I were to accept the Admiralty position, I'd be leaving this little corner of space behind. I'd be assuming posting on Narendra Station.
Efforts laughs.
Yeah. I'd be going full circle now, wouldn't I?
No, Captain. I was also offered a job at Narendra.
Oh. Well.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can't run from me.
No, I cannot. I would have
Well,
to.
if it makes anyone feel better, I wasn't offered a job at Narendra, so
No, but I was thinking about offering you a job.
Are you attempting to
Okay.
poach my chief engineer, Captain?
I'm going to be putting feelers out to all ships within Tiger Squadron, but basically, yes.
Well, on that note, I got offered
If
a
we
job as
are-
well.
Well, now I'm starting to feel left out.
Hey, Myth, would you like a job?
Which is not, by the way, out of character. That's not Miss Unusual Tone.
Well,
I mean,
it's a big decision.
if obviously you take the Admiralty position at Narendra, and if the Doctor takes up the, I'm assuming, Chief Medical Officer? Yeah?
She nods.
I mean, it's possible that you'd need a actual Pathfinder and reconnaissance vessel in the Shackleton Expanse.
Well,
There's a whole lot of what ifs and when it when happens.
Well,
exactly.
to be fair,
One thing I am gonna have to see is I'm gonna have to see about what's going to become of the Kismet. It might entirely be possible that the Kismet might get reassigned to Narendra as a ship that I have familiarity with. Oh no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you know, and like without a roll, you'd know somebody would have to stick around to keep an eye on this. They just don't want a whole squadron.
Mhm.
That's like 3 ships that are playing babysitter duty. Before you were keeping eyes on a war. Now it's like, oh, it's politics as usual for an interstellar power. We don't need 3 ships to do that.
Yeah.
But somebody has to keep an eye on this.
Okay.
as it stands, I'm 100% confirmed to be leaving Tiger Squadron when the time comes. So, like I said, I've got options where I could be deployed.
If we know that this is the administrative eventuality of the squadron, we should go over crew allocations and finalize those appointments between our 3 vessels while we still have the framework of the squadron to do so.
Agreed. I was also received the list from Admiral Naya of people from outside of Tallgrass and from deeper within Federation space. So I'm actually going to be assigning a relatively full new crew.
Understood.
Very good. I trust in your judgment on that, Pend. And know that if I do take the position and I do wind up at Narendra, know that you, looks around the table at Myth and Barter and I suppose Arlen as well, any of you are more than welcome at the station.
I mean,
Assuming I take the posting.
I hope so, given I'm in Starfleet.
I believe that would be the emphasis on more then.
To be fair, if it's the only Admiralty position available, you'd be a bloody idiot to turn it down.
Yeah, I would. I'd be probably the youngest admiral in the service.
Did I mention they want to make me a commander? That's crazy, right? We can all agree.
I mean, you're a
No.
competent doctor, so a bump up to commander makes no issues for me.
Yeah.
Other than you going gray sooner, no.
You've
If
already done
we-
that. I don't know what you were talking about.
If the Maxwell Planck is to be operating outside of a squadron structure, it's most likely I'll be looking to achieve the rank of captain as well. We'll all be moving on, I suppose.
Well, I don't
sounds
suppose I get a promotion with all this is moving up.
No,
Just asking clarification.
you've only just
Yeah.
got here.
We'll wait and see, Lieutenant Junior grade. This is coming from the dude who was like a year ago a fucking Master Chief Petty Officer.
A year
Hey,
ago.
A little over a year ago, yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the effort of trying to get a promotion, but nice try.
A wise man once said, "Try not, do or do not."
Well,
Mm.
before any of that happens, we should get the Kismet home.
Agreed. While the fate of the squadron may be mostly decided, we still have our duties to attend to until such a time as it
Indeed.
is official.
Oh,
And an assassin.
yep. No, well, he's not. Well, they're not an assassin anymore. Or for much longer.
I mean, if they fail, does it mean that they're any less what they are?
I mean, if they fail,
That is
that's
a
It's not,
crucial
they're not a
question.
good assassin, but that doesn't stop them from being an assassin.
No, I think the real question is, if they failed, does that mean they're done?
no, it just
I
means they're a
doubt
dumbass.
I didn't mean
No,
to
no,
start
they
the
as in
debate.
whoever ordered it.
Do we have an identity on this supposed assassin?
I might be psionic or psychic, but I cannot perform an interrogation from up here while they're in the brig.
If there's no
Wait,
further
that-
business,
that's
it
not
appears
public
that
record.
the commander has business to attend to with an investigation.
Wait, are Bajorans normally psionic?
Nope. I'm pretty sure that's
Why
on the
not?
record, isn't it? It's not like that's not a secret.
I mean, that would be medical information.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
medical
don't know that
information.
he would have had
I
wouldn't have
access
access
to
to-
that. But
I
yeah,
wouldn't have access to your bones.
True. I mean, it's not the bones that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I guess he just casually said that because
Yeah.
everyone in the Kismet basically knows. So I think
Looks
you
like
might
Al,
have heard.
looks like Alan's just gone through Revelation.
Yeah.
barter special.
Hi. I don't have a helmet for that.
I mean, do you want a helmet for that? I might be able to make something. Give me like
No.
36 hours.
Please take the joke and let it die.
Is there
Makes a
anything else,
note.
Captain?
Not from me. Like I said, I'm going to be busy with reassigning damn near an entire crew to the Achilles.
I'll want to liaise with you over the specifics of squadron reassignments, of course.
That's fine. I'll take any of your suggestions and advisement. Hopefully we can get this done with as little pain as possible.
Yes, Captain.
Doja can fuck off.
Yep.
Fleet Captain, anything you want to add at the end?
Fleet Captain is silent. Is the Fleet Captain muted?
No, I'm here.
Okay, okay.
So I'll just take that as a no then. Then,
There's a lot for me to think about. I'm currently leaning towards taking the Admiralty position, but again, a lot can change.
well, take your time, and unless there's anything else that we dismissed.
Yeah,
Gonna say the words?
missed.
Thank you, sir.
Like purposely waiting for him to say dismissed.
It's like we're not allowed to leave unless you dismiss us.
Uh-huh.
That's considered being that's incredibly rude to. That's disrespecting us.
Yeah.
Like that is what gets us marked down.
Yeah.
You got flogged for lesser options.
Yeah, we're just like,
Like, are we
just
dismissed?
irreverent
Yeah.
is all get out, but we will not leave.
I love that. We'll get
You tell us
flogged
we
for
can't.
lesser.
Yep. Okay. Well, I'm heading to the brig to find out who, why, and who else.
Yeah.
Apparently, me and Myth are going to have a conversation about crew assignments.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Efrix, you seem nice. I'm gonna have a private word with you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good. I can escape. You.
Damn it.
I mean, technically, Penn and I are the senior officers, so you'd probably have to have a word somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
He just follows you to medbay.
Commander, shall we head to my temporary office aboard the Kismet?
Very well, Captain.
Does Captain Grennan hang about to have a word with either Efrix or Arlen?
I think you'll hang around and talk with Efrix.
Oh, okay.
So popular.
Mhm.
Go ahead. The conference room is,
May
the camera's at the conference room. So.
may I speak off the record?
Yes.
So, it would be a bad idea for me to make an anti-psionic helmet for Varder and gift it to him discreetly, right? I just wanted to clear that before I entertained this idea too much.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Keep at it, and it'll be yes, Ensign.
You're not in the room, shoo.
No, I don't think you'd appreciate it.
Okay. It's I'm trying hard to fit in here. I'm obviously the FNG, and I'm just a lieutenant, and I'm doing what I can to make good impressions.
Don't worry, we were all there at one point or another.
Or equivalent.
Yeah, I'm the fucking new guy.
I just say off the record.
Yeah, but you're still in uniform, and a particularly persnickety officer might have been
Decorum.
like, "Excuse you."
Yeah.
Like off the record and informal are different things.
Okay,
Speak
good point.
freely and off the record are two different things as well.
I mean, doctor-patient confidentiality.
Is breached by the presence of a third party.
Yeah. If you were just talking to me, I wouldn't care.
And everyone knows Grennan secretly the Vulcan no one likes.
Oh, alright, is
Uh.
Grennan gonna be the Vulcan Admiral now? Handing out demerits? Wait, wrong game.
Don't try too hard.
Okay.
For the most part, we're pretty easygoing.
Besides the assassination attempts and Grennan's wayward brother who's knighted.
Clone.
Excuse me?
Clone. He's a clone.
To be fair, I think they over-exaggerated the assassination attempts on me. I think like half of those were kidnapping attempts with maybe intent to murder later.
I think that makes it better.
I don't think that helps.
No? No. I said we were easygoing. I didn't say that our lives were.
Well, I wanted to be on the adventurous side of the galaxy. Seems I found it.
Most definitely.
Just a lot of stories for me to live up to.
You'll get there. They happen usually when you're not looking for them. Like when you're filling out paperwork at your desk.
Yep.
Well, that was all I had.
You're welcome to stop by Med Bay anytime. That's regardless of whether it's me or someone else as CMO. I've
you.
instilled that in my staff, for sure.
And then I stand there awkwardly waiting for Grennan.
You may be dismissed, Lieutenant.
And I leave.
Should be able to control your token.
Congratulations, Captain.
We'll see. There's
Whoa.
a lot to be. There is a lot yet to be determined.
Agreed. We're not there yet.
But congratulations to you too, Doctor.
I was surprised. The call was to inform me that I have been cleared of all charges and also apparently offered a promotion.
You ever
Oh,
been?
yes, good news. I'm not a murderer, as it turns out. Didn't
There
murder
was-
anyone,
Oh, there were doubts about that?
according to Starfleet.
Well,
And me for a little while.
have you ever been to Narendra Station?
Yes. I was on the Kismet
Get
when we
out
were
there.
stationed out
Well,
there.
no, I'm trying to remember the timeline.
Right. Okay.
I believe so.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
yes,
no,
because you
yeah.
were on the Kismet when we was doing like Corbinian's first introductions to the Kashons.
Yeah, and before
Okay.
then too. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry, my timeline's just a little.
No, that's
muddy.
okay. I was like, all of a sudden, I was like, wait, have I been? I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's been a while since I've been to Narendra Station. It's been a while since any of us have.
Been a little difficult to be out there. What with the tripe holiday, and
Yeah.
I bet it's a mess.
Indeed. And they're going to need someone who's good at organizing the best of the best to whip it into shape, aren't they?
Glorified janitors, that's us. Question, Corbinian.
Yeah.
Does Irene have a patient release of who I'm allowed to speak to on her behalf about her medical conditions?
Yes, you are free to share her information. Wolfgang von Wartburg.
Okay. Grennan isn't added to that.
No.
Okay.
Awesome. Love to,
I was
Irene.
checking. That's why I was checking.
Oh no, it makes sense.
Well, in that case, looks like I'm going to probably be making arrangements for the transfers soon. You have your little situation with the patient that needs to go to Wudra. I trust that that's something that you'd be able to organize on your own. Of course, if you
I
need me
believe
to.
so.
If you need me to approve a shuttle requisition or what have you, I'm sure I can do that. Or at
I
least
need to check in with my contact. It's been a while since I've heard anything from him, and with the interruption of the whole meow meow situation. But yes, I believe Myth offered, and if I remember right, I think Dr. Sai also offered to find me transport if I needed it. So, I cannot remember, Captain. Did you do any like specific research into Wudra politics while we were there, beyond what we shared with each other? I may need it.
Right. I think I did do something with that. I think I
There was a
had to look
couple
in-
roles, yeah, during the big push to get them involved in the war. Actually, to stop them from going to war. Actually,
Yeah.
Yes. Well, and additionally, I know. Let me think. I'll have to look at it. He goes over to the terminal. I think the Ganymede did some diplomatic work there in the couple of weeks leading up to the assault on the Dusk Machine. So
Hopefully, it won't be anything military related, but you never know what could be useful.
if I remember the reports, he's looking stuff over. If I remember the reports, most of the action they took there was diplomatic in nature, securing the cooperation of the Woohoo.
I think that's worth it. What do you guys think?
Already spent it.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, we've got a full pool and that's something you need, so yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for the aid, Captain.
Of course.
I have a feeling this could get tricky.
I'd do what I could to give you more support, but as mentioned, I'm supposed to be staying away from the Peugeot Star Authority for now.
No worries, Captain. We'll make it work. We always do.
Very good. Just keep me in the loop where you can. Right, Doctor?
Of course.
Dismissed.
And I'll leave.
Just jumps over the table.
Parkour.
Yeah.
Parkour.
She's feeling her oats. She did take down an assassin earlier.
Brennan just leans against the conference room table and looks out over the stars.
and that will be the end of the episode.